glance down the street where no hope surrounds you. An empty soul, so much space to fill the gaps we fall through. Do you see what we've become? Through tears and losing the only one, the only one. Take me away, I'm running for my life, for my life. What's with your delay? You're only killing time, killing time. Nothing left, so hold on tight as a hurricane breaks defense.
The island of Guimaras, a rural tourism destination for every family. Renowned throughout the world for its sweet mangoes, it offers home and all the sweetness of being part of it. With its strategic location in between Negros and Panay Island, you can easily reach Guimaras through sea and sky. Get a more relaxed ambience with its green environment and be home to the true Filipino culture. Experience the life at the farm and the secrets of traditional living, and take part in protecting the unspoiled beauty of nature through the agri-eco tours. Go on adventure in foot or on bike in the trails of the hills and forests, and enjoy the thrills with everyone. Then, take a leap into the clear waters and witness the world underneath. Discover the mangrove sanctuaries rooted along the streams and rivers that run deep within the land. Take a tour in the hidden caverns and rock formations aesthetically landscaped along the islands. And at the end of the day, take a bite of the region's special cuisine and savor the sweetest of its mangoes. Relax at the homes of the communities or at the various resorts that offer quality services and amenities. Learn more about the Guimaras history and values with its historical places and practices. Amuse in the traditional arts that were handed down from generations, such as the novelty of the galleon boats, where the local boat makers highlight the province's vital role in the economy of the past, in trade, and as the masters in building ships. Observe the heart of the island's economy, where the families in every community value perseverance, discipline, and tradition. See how salt is made alongside the farmers that produce them. How the mothers neatly weave the buri leaf to intricately make handbags and other products. Buy some freshly caught fish from the fishermen who went offshore before the sunrise. And complete your experience by first-hand harvesting sweet mangoes only grown in the island. Mangoes are more than just fruits. It became the symbol of what Guimaras is and what it could become. Take a trip back in time
program. Personally, mapart before malabotan 70%.
This is the party, party. Wherever we go, wherever we are. Baby, we're the party. Baby, we're the party. Never ever going home. Going home. Never ever going home. Going home. We're never ever going home. Going home. No, never ever going home.
We thank you very much for sharing your knowledge with us. Nagapasalamat ako sa pag-imbitar sa amon sa Diring event sa Tourism Camp 2018.
Welcome to Guimaras, the island of mangoes and more. Guimaras is an island province located in western Visayas. It is made up of 5 municipalities, namely Jordan, the gateway and main growth center; Buena Vista, which serves as the center for higher education; Nueva Valencia, the tourism capital; Sibunag and San Lorenzo, which are centered on agriculture and fisheries. Considered as the agri-eco-tourism capital in the region, the province economic picture sustained its upward direction, giving importance to our major economic drivers: agriculture, fishery, and tourism. The province still has the green, raw land for ecotourism development and agricultural production, anchored on the principles of integrated coastal management and the presence of areas with high aesthetic value that can be developed into high-end residential areas. Guimaras is also the transshipment hub and seaport province that links Panay and Negros, and is considered as a metro residential suburb, providing low-cost and high-end facilities. Investment in the province boomed on 2013 when 27 wind turbines that generate 54 megawatts were installed. Guimaras completed the paving of circumferential roads and upgraded the cross-island links, the development of ports and wharves, as well as the development of the 71-kilometer agri-tourism circuit. The province has also received awards and recognition for good governance, especially in the aspects of peace and order, ease of doing business, and environmentally sustainable development. It has significantly improved its competitiveness in terms of economic dynamism, government efficiency, infrastructure, and resiliency, making Guimaras the most competitive province in Western Visayas. Guimaras is mangoes and more. Get a share of more. Invest in Guimaras.
Nothing left, so hold on tight as the hurricane breaks defense. Stay hidden from the causes that might.
Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to Magan Festival Cultural Presentation.
Take me away, I'm running for my life, for my life. What's with your delay? You're only killing time, killing time. Take a minute to glance down the street where no hope surrounds you. An empty soul, so much space to fill the gaps we fall through. And do you see what we've become? Through tears and losing the only one. Only one. Take me away, I'm running takes defense.
The island of Guimaras, a rural tourism destination for every family. Renowned throughout the world for its sweet mangoes, it offers home and all the sweetness of being part of it. With its strategic location in between Negros and Panay Island, you can easily reach Guimaras through sea and sky. Get a more relaxed ambience with its green environment and be home to the true Filipino culture. Experience the life at the farm and the secrets of traditional living, and take part in protecting the unspoiled beauty of nature through the Agri-Eco Tours. Go on adventure in foot or on bike in the trails of the hills and forests, and enjoy the thrills with everyone. Then, take a leap into the clear waters and witness the world underneath. Discover the mangrove sanctuaries rooted along the streams and rivers that run deep within the land. Take a tour in the hidden caverns and rock formations aesthetically landscaped along the islands. And at the end of the day, take a bite of the region's special cuisine and savor the sweetest of its mangoes. Relax at the homes of the communities or at the various resorts that offer quality services and amenities. Learn more about the Guimaras history and values with its historical places and practices. Amuse in the traditional arts that were handed down from generations, such as the novelty of the galleon boats, where the local boat makers highlight the province's vital role in the economy of the past, in trade, and as the masters in building ships. Observe the heart of the island's economy, where the families in every community value perseverance, discipline, and tradition. See how salt is made alongside the farmers that produce them. How the mothers neatly weave the buri leaf to intricately make handbags and other products. Buy some freshly caught fish from the fishermen who went offshore before the sunrise. And complete your experience by first-hand harvesting sweet mangoes only grown in the island. Mangoes are more than just fruits. It became the symbol of what Guimaras is and what it could become. Take a trip back in time.
wholeheartedly ang aton pagpamati sa ginahambal sa aton, ginatudlo sa aton, kay ini hindi lang para sa inyo, kundi madala ninyo ang aton probinsya into a tourism digital transformation.
I am very honored to be here and to be a participant of this Tourism Comp 2018 at Guimaras State College. We have a lot of learnings nga natunan, especially nakabuild kami sa teamwork, and I know how to cope with others.
3, 2, 1, go!
ko na-learn, isa na dito ang photography workshop namon. Kag ang pinaka the best ko gid nga na-learn is ang event organizing kay as an SK chairman, ma-implement sa amon nga barangay ang amon nga na-learn ko sa sininga camp.
I think dyan talagsalang ni, haring dyan Bilagson, DSWD, DOT, ang LGU nga nag-support sa sininga program. Personally, ma-partner kamo namon sa pag-push further sa development. Sa nasiling ko na it's 60, pero kung bulirigan, dani basi before malabotan 70% sa lalabuton sa probinsya, sa Guimaras. So congratulations!
This is the party. This is the party. This is the party. This is the party. Party. Wherever we go, ever we are, baby, we're the party. Wherever we go, ever we are, baby, we're the party. Wherever we go, ever we are, baby, we're the party. We're the party, yeah. Never ever going home, going home. Never ever going home, going home. We're never ever going home, going home. No, never ever going home.
We thank you very much for sharing your knowledge with us. Kag nagapasalamat ako sa pag-imbitar sa amon sa Diring event sa Tourism Camp 2018.
Welcome to Guimaras, the island of mangoes and more. Guimaras is an island province located in western Visayas. It is made up of 5 municipalities, namely Jordan, the gateway and main growth center; Buena Vista, which serves as the center for higher education; Nueva Valencia, the tourism capital; Sibunag and San Lorenzo, which are centered on agriculture and fisheries. Considered as the agri-eco-tourism capital in the region, the province economic picture sustained its upward direction, giving importance to our major economic drivers: agriculture, fishery, and tourism. The province still has the green, raw land for ecotourism development and agricultural production, anchored on the principles of integrated coastal management and the presence of areas with high aesthetic value that can be developed into high-end residential areas. Guimaras is also the transshipment hub and seaport province that links Panay and Negros, and is considered as a metro residential suburb, providing low-cost and high-end facilities. Investment in the province boomed on 2013 when 27 wind turbines that generate 54 megawatts were installed. Guimaras completed the paving of circumferential roads and upgraded the cross-island links, the development of ports and wharves, as well as the development of the 71-kilometer agri-tourism circuit. The province has also received awards and recognition for good governance, especially in the aspects of peace and order, ease of doing business, and environmentally sustainable development. It has significantly improved its competitiveness in terms of economic dynamism, government efficiency, infrastructure, and resiliency, making Guimaras the most competitive province in Western Visayas. Guimaras is mangoes and more. Get a share of more. Invest in Guimaras.
Nothing left, so hold on tight as the hurricane breaks defense. Stay hidden from the causes that might.
Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to Magan Festival Cultural Presentation.
Take me away, I'm running for my life, for my life. What's with your delay? You're only killing time, killing time. Take a minute to glance down the street where no hope surrounds you. An empty soul, so much space to fill the gaps we fall through. And do you see what we've become? Through tears and losing the only one. Only one. Take me away, I'm running for my life, for my life. What's with your delay? You're only killing time, killing time. Nothing left, so hold on tight as the hurricane breaks defense.
The island of Guimaras, a rural tourism destination for every family. Renowned throughout the world for its sweet mangoes, it offers home and all the sweetness of being part of it. With its strategic location in between Negros and Panay Island, you can easily reach Guimaras through sea and sky. Get a more relaxed ambience with its green environment and be home to the true Filipino culture. Experience the life at the farm and the secrets of traditional living, and take part in protecting the unspoiled beauty of nature through the Agri-Eco Tours. Go on adventure in foot or on bike in the trails of the hills and forests, and enjoy the thrills with everyone. Then, take a leap into the clear waters and witness the world underneath. Discover the mangrove sanctuaries rooted along the streams and rivers that run deep within the land. Take a tour in the hidden caverns and rock formations aesthetically landscaped along the islands. And at the end of the day, take a bite of the region's special cuisine and savor the sweetest of its mangoes. Relax at the homes of the communities or at the various resorts that offer quality services and amenities. Learn more about the Guimaras history and values with its historical places and practices. Amuse in the traditional arts that were handed down from generations, such as the novelty of the galleon boats, where the local boat makers highlight the province's vital role in the economy of the past, in trade, and as the masters in building ships. Observe the heart of the island's economy, where the families in every community value perseverance, discipline, and tradition. See how salt is made alongside the farmers that produce them. How the mothers neatly weave the buri leaf to intricately make handbags and other products. Buy some freshly caught fish from the fishermen who went offshore before the sunrise. And complete your experience by first-hand harvesting sweet mangoes only grown in the island. Mangoes are more than just fruits. It became the symbol of what Guimaras is and what it could become. Take a trip back in time.
Wholeheartedly ang aton pagpamati sa ginahambal sa aton, ginatudlo sa aton, kay ini hindi lang para sa inyo, kundi madala ninyo ang aton probinsya into a tourism digital transformation.
I am very honored to be here and to be a participant of this Tourism Comp 2018 at Guimaras State College. We have a lot of learnings nga natunan, especially nakabuild kami sa teamwork, and I know how to cope with others.
3, 2, 1, go!
Madam ako na-learn, isa na dito ang photography workshop namon. Kag ang pinaka-the best ko gid nga na-learn is ang event organizing. Kay as an SK chairman, ma-implement sa amon nga barangay ang amon nga na-learn ko sa Sininga Camp.
I think dyan lang ni, haring dyan bilagson, DepEd, DOT, ang LGU nga nag-support sa Sininga program. Personally, ma-partner kamo namon sa pag-push further sa development. Sa nasiling ko na, it's 60. Pero kung bulirigan, dani basi before malabotan 70% sa lalabuton sa probinsya, sa Guimaras. So, congratulations.
This is the party. This is the party. This is the party. This is the party. Party. Wherever we go, wherever we are, baby, we're the party. Wherever we go, wherever we are, baby, we're the party. Wherever we go, wherever we are, baby, we're the party. Baby, we're the party, yeah.
knowledge with us. Nagapasalamat ako sa pag-imbitar sa amon sa Diring event sa Tourism Comp 2018.
Okay. Hi. Good morning, everyone. I hope you guys can hear me on your end. Just to check, and everyone can hear their audio. Okay. So I guess I trust that everyone has turned on their audio, and we're ready to go with our webinar. And I would like to greet everyone a good morning, happy Sunday. Today is March 13, year 2022. And so glad of you guys to join us here on our one-day webinar on continuity of teaching and learning amid and beyond crisis. So before we start anything, we would like to ask everyone to please settle down for the prayer and to be followed by the Philippine National Anthem.
Lord of wisdom, source of intelligence, we welcome you to this auspicious gathering, an august moment for the pursuit of knowledge that is offered for the glory of your name. We do not wish to ask you more than just you joining us today, but we look forward to your heavenly grace to amplify the desire for truth, to look up for and become prudent to learning. Keep us grounded in your love and mercy as we traverse a challenging path to keeping the inclination of understanding you and your most awe-inspiring creation. Be with us, O Lord, and descend your Spirit on us to maintain an earnest desire for knowledge, truth, and understanding you, the guide of the wise, the stronghold of the learned. This we ask through Christ, our Lord. Amen.
Ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Once again, good morning, and to all of those who just got inside our webinar, good morning to you as well. Welcome to our one-day webinar here and entitled Continuity of Teaching and Learning Amid and Beyond Crisis. And to officially welcome us into this webinar, ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce to you our Director of IORIE or IORI Learning Development Center, ladies and gentlemen, Joey S. De La Cruz, PhD.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I hope my audio now is clear and you can hear me. So once again, good morning. First of all, I would like to thank all of you for joining us for this one-day webinar on continuity of teaching and learning amidst and beyond crisis. But first, let me recognize also our key officials from Guimaras State College as the main host or the event organizer of this one-day webinar, headed by the very supportive President, Dr. Lilian Diana Pareño, our College President 3, Dr. Ruby Catalan, the Vice President for Academic Affairs, Dr. Julieta V. Infante, the Vice President for Research, Extension, Training, and Innovation, Dr. Annalyn Tumapang, the Vice President for Administration and Finance. And of course, since the main host also is from the graduate school, would like also to recognize the Dean, Dr. Early Martir. And likewise, all the deans and directors, key officials of Guimaras State College, our participants coming from the different places in the Philippines and of course from abroad via our Zoom link, as well as also we are now live in our YouTube and Facebook account. So our apologies for limited number of participants in the Zoom, but you can join us in the YouTube and Facebook link. So this one-day webinar, of course, right now, because of this COVID-19 pandemic, we are gradually shifting to the new normal. So as learners, as teachers, of course, in the education community, we need also to learn new strategies, and we need to continue delivering and of course learning despite of this crisis right now that we are facing. So this one-day webinar is of course one way of helping all of us in order to learn new strategies, innovations from our speakers, for us also to learn what will be the best way to do or better things to do in order for our learners, of course, to learn despite of this pandemic. So we invited our resource speaker who will be introduced later on from the Department of Education and from the academe. So this is a one-day activity. And I'm sure after this, we will be learning a lot from our speakers because they're equipped and trained, of course, to present their field of specialization in their talk later on. So they will be introduced later. So we in the IORI Learning and Development Center is always with the Guimaras State College in conducting series of activities for our teachers and our learners. So right now we are being joined by the students from the graduate school and from our partners in the Department of Education and other state universities and colleges in the Philippines. So on behalf of the Guimaras State College, the key officials, especially the graduate school, and our president, and of course the co-host, the IORI Learning and Development Center, would like to welcome you all, and of course to thank you that we do hope you'll be staying with us until the end of this webinar. So if you have questions later on, feel free to ask through our chat room and to our speakers, and for your inquiries regarding your proof of attendance. So you may also contact our secretariat because we'll be providing you, of course, certificate of participation. So once again, on behalf of the host, the Guimaras State College and IORI Learning Center, as the director of IORI, I welcome you all for this one-day webinar. Thank you and good morning.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much once again to the director of IORI Learning Development Center, Joey S. De La Cruz. And now I would like to introduce our resource speaker to talk about the continuity of teaching and learning amid and beyond on the regional level. Ladies and gentlemen, the Chief Education Supervisor, Curriculum and Learning Management Division of CLMD, DepEd Regional Office 6. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce to you Elena P. Gonzaga.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Thank you so much for unmuting me because I've waited. Somebody would have to give me access as to the sound. Hello, Sir Nico. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, ma'am. Good morning and welcome.
Okay, good morning too. May I check kung makikita mo yung presentation ko, sir?
Yes, ma'am, we can see you.
Makita niyo yung presentation ko, sir? Share screen. Ayan. Hello.
Hello,
Sir
yes.
Nico.
As for the presentation, it is not visible, but we can see you right now, ma'am.
Yep. Sige. Again.
Okay, so yes, we can see it now. Your presentation.
Ayan. Sige. Please bear with me. I'm experiencing the high notification. Sir Nico, kamusta na po?
Yes, ma'am, you were saying?
Yeah. Nakita na ba yung presentation ko?
Yes, I can see it. I can read it here. Continuity of teaching and learning amid and beyond crisis.
Okay. Happy morning to everyone, especially the participants. Thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to be with you this morning. Beforehand, I would like to greet the following important persons to Dr. Joey S. De La Cruz, the Learning Center, the Learning Resource Center consultant. We have Dr. Lilian Diana Parino, the college president, Dr. Ruby Catalan, the vice presidents, and other vice presidents in there. We have also my friend, Dr. Early M. Martyr, the Dean of the Graduate Schools. And also thank you so much to Dr. Romy Moralista, the Assistant Director for International Linkages and Consortium. To the participants coming from other regions and Western Visayas, primarily those who are connected in higher education and also in the Department of Education. Friends, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, maayong aga sa inyong tanan.
Bukas gid lang.
It is of
Ten, di kami kang kasulod ko na kay mo nagbukas. Ngakid ka gid ya.
Hello, good morning. It is my honor to present to you how the Department of Education continue the teaching and learning during the pandemic and beyond. So, it is from the word of our secretary that it has been a tough period for every school system in the world, but there is a silver lining in every dark cloud. School system in many countries have had to adjust to blended forms of learning in response to the pandemic, using the internet, TV, and even radio as alternative platforms for students to gain access to education resources. We are proud that our secretary is persistent that teaching and learning will go on even though we experience these challenges. So, we are navigating in the context of the VUCA world. We've been talking about the VUCA world, which is characterized as its volatility and that it made us modify, enhance our vision to fit the situation. It is also uncertain. So we have to understand the nature of the situation amidst pandemic in which it prohibits us to engage via face-to-face. But we are also thankful for this occurrence that we were able to exhibit our prowess in the use of technology. It is complex, or it is complex because the limitation as to the health restrictions and then the availability of the tools and the equipment, and then we have the use of these tools and equipment. So we have to clarify that to our learners, to our teachers, to our stakeholders. It is ambiguous. So we are going to make it agile so that it will be clear not only to the learners, not only to the parents, but also to our stakeholders and to our supporters. So what we have done is we have conducted the mapping of learners and teachers who are with or well equipped with the following tools and equipments to be in their teaching modality platform. So we have here the learning delivery modalities. Before, we are used to have the face-to-face, but at the present time, we are having now the limited face-to-face in an identified schools, divisions because of the health status that allows us to do it. But before the pandemic and even after it, we are used to have the face-to-face. We have also the distance learning, which is also composed of the TV instruction, the modular, then we have also the radio and the use of the internet. We also have adapted the blended learning in which one of the schools or in a section or even the child could use either the online, the print, the radio, or even the television. We have also employed the home learning for the learners and the parents and the responsible adults who are responsible of guiding or delivering the teaching learning activities. With this, we have also ascertained as to how many schools division will be using the different learning modalities. And there are 20 schools divisions all over Region 6, which we have mapped out that there are 20 schools divisions with private and public schools will be using the modular distance learning. And we have also for the online distance learning, there are 13 public schools and we have 16 private schools. For the radio-based instruction, we have 12 schools division and 2 schools divisions for the private schools who will be using or who are using the radio-based instruction. For the television-based instruction, we have 11 schools division employing that one. And for the video, we have 6 for the private schools. So with that, we were able to meet our mandate or deliver on mandate because if the children or the school cannot have the distance, online, radio-based, TVI or RBI, we have still the blended learning modality where the combination of these different learning modalities were given to the child depending on the gadgets they have. So we have also mapped out their platforms used per division, and they are using also the Facebook, we have the Google Classroom, we have also the Google Meet, we have the MS Teams, the Messenger, we have also the messaging, we have the Zoom, the Schoology, and we have the Quipper. For the light blue, it is for the private school, public school, and the dark blue are those schools division with private schools. This is include also the state colleges and universities. Then we have also the learning resources, which is one of our greatest challenge during the implementation of distance learning, where we do not have this ample resources, but we were able to come up with this because we pulled the efforts of the teachers who are writers of the learning activity sheets and self-learning modules. And we can see that there is a close collaboration between the region and the central office, in which for K-Stage 1, this is for kindergarten to grade 1, 80% of our activity sheets or self-learning modules were developed by the DepEd Central Office and 20% by the regional office. For K-Stage 2, we have 60% from the central office and also 40% for the regional office. And for K-Stage 3, which is the junior high school, we have here the 23% from the central office and we have 77% for the regional office. Also for the K-Stage 4, which is the senior high school, the central office got 20% while we have 80%. For the special interest program like the SPED, the Madrasa, the Indigenous People Education, and other programs like the special science class or the special program in the arts, the special program in sports, and other special programs. We do not have resources from the central office at the start, but the regional office were able to do it by pulling out teachers or with the guidance of the education program supervisors to come up with these learning activity sheets. We have the best practices in distance learning delivery modality, in which we teach for online students, especially those who have gadget and internet connectivity. We have also the real world application because we are connecting to them, and then we are addressing their needs through the responsible adults, through the teachers, and even to our partners. We have also the instructions or the presence of the instructions or instructors because we have capacitated the teachers via online, not only in the topics, but also in the use of technology. We have also capacitated the parents and the responsible adults in the use of the technology. There is also a clear instruction because we have given them the self-learning modules with all the instructions in there. We have also the learning activity sheets, the TV and the radio based instructions episodes. For the learning objectives, we are guided by the central office content standard and performance standard, and we are also operating in the same most essential learning competencies per grade level per subject area. There is also a prompt feedback mechanism through the parents and teachers, teachers and supervisors, supervisors and the regional office and the central office. We open our line for the feedback, be it positive or constructive or even negative feedback, because this will give us also the chance to improve. We engage the student, especially in the assessment on what they have. So we have catered that in the first quarter, they are having the modular. Second quarter, they are having the online. Third quarter, they will use also the RBI and the TBI and the blended learning system. So with that, we have here the use of videos in which it is developed by the teachers. Some of the videos will also develop division-based. Some are regional-based. Some are central office-based. So they have to select a good learning management system using the different platforms available for the teachers, in which we have also capacitated them how to use the platforms. We have use of consistent layout because we are giving them the orientation on what they are going to do amidst this crisis. There is a two-way communication because the learners and the parents and the teacher and the education leaders. So with this, we are challenged and we are also inspired to move on because of these challenges that we are facing amidst this pandemic. We have here the best of Region 6. We have here at-home learning spaces, where some spaces at home are converted into a classroom-like, where the child may feel that he is still within the school premises. They have provided some corner in there that they will perform their activity and answering their modules. So teacher has to check this one, especially those who have reported that they have space for their respective homes. Then we have also okay. For the at-home learning spaces, this is one of the best practice of the Region 6, which was adopted by the central office because of its impact or the impact being reported to them. We have also the bringing the school to the learner's home, one of which is the TVL laboratory on wheels, in which this facilitated the access of the learners in the use of TVL tools amidst the pandemic. So it is on a wheel, on a car, on a vehicle, in which we have arranged the tools in there for the learners to access and use that in their respective residences, because travel that time is restricted. We have also the science mobile or baol ng kaaram, in which all the equipments, the apparatus, the tools were placed inside the baol for the learners to access, and it was transferred from one house to another to let the student perform the activities what are stated in the learning activity sheets or the self-learning modules. It was properly fastened to keep safe of the equipment so that it will not be destroyed and can be used by next learner. And the delivery of this baol sang kaaram was facilitated by a particular subject teacher teaching science. Also, we have this tutorial on wheels. This clarifies the vague or the complex topics in the modules which the parents cannot deliver them or cannot explicitly describe or explain that to the learners. So schools will have or modified or even tandem with their LGUs to have this mobile vehicle as their avenue to deliver the teaching or tutorial to the learners. We have also the mobile library, in which the library is, or the books or the collection of books is being placed on a vehicle for the learners to access and then be returned on a scheduled date. We have also the Educariton, in which is composed of different learning materials. The Tri-School, in which being operated by some are teachers doing it. Some also are with the use of the help of the LGU. Then we have also the ALS, Cavalcade for bikers, bringing modules to the learners. We all know that some of our learners in the alternative learning system are residing in a far-flung area which can be hardly reached by the transportation. So we have this bikers association tapped by a particular IELTS implementers to deliver and retrieve the modules from our learners. Then we have the new face-to-face and the new features of teaching in the new normal. Although some of which were used also during the pre-pandemic, but still we are going to use that during and after this pandemic. We have also this Kanta Basa, is an enjoyable sing and read enhancement to foster love of reading for learners in K-Stage 1, using contextualized songs that learners sing together with the parents and teachers. Then we have also teaching in video that the learners will have to see, and it seems that they are actually facing the teachers. The only disadvantage is they cannot address or ask question directly because it is an offline encounter or interfacing. We have also the blended learning with the use of radio, in which most of the LGU or significant number of LGU were able to donate radio with access on the USB to facilitate the radio-based instruction, and the episodes was developed by our expert and committed teachers of Region 6 Western Visayas. We have also the digital sign language dictionary to cater the needs of our children with special educational needs, or the SPED program. Then we have also the e-science laboratory or e-sci apps that made the learner also be comfortable in navigating in a particular topics in science. Then for the strong support system for teachers and learners, we salute to our teachers that they go beyond. We have this Pagkabalaka home visitation program that they go to the residences of the learners and teach the hard to learn or even those learners who have difficulty in the literacy and the numeracy aspects. So we have here the Pagkabalaka is one also of the program that the central office were able to benchmark from Region 6 Western Visayas. So with the secret of collaboration, support system, and innovation is being contained or being included in the Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan, or we call it BELCP Plus, with our Regional Director, Dr. Ramir D. Oitico CISO 3. And we were able to make the teaching learning happens in this trying time. So I would like also to grab this opportunity to thank also our partner from the higher education and also our teachers from the Department of Education who are also members in the development of the learning resources and also in doing the quality assurance of these learning resources to make learning continue even in the trying time. Now we are facing the upcoming limited, then we have 50%, then we have 75%, up to the 100% face-to-face in the coming days. So with that, I would like to say thank you to all of you and thank you to the organizers of this event for letting us also share what we have done in the Department of Education to continue to let the basic education continue amidst any situation. With that, thank you so much. Madamo gid nga salamat sa inyong tanan. Back to you, Sir Nico.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to our resource speaker, Ma'am Elena P. Gonzaga, our Chief Education Supervisor, Curriculum and Learning Management Division, or CLMD, of DepEd Regional Office 6. Thank you so much, ma'am. Would like to ask our participants if you have any questions for Ma'am Elena Gonzaga. Okay, let me just check on our chat box for any questions for Ma'am Gonzaga. Okay, we'll entertain at least 3 questions. Better if you can unmute your microphone so you can just fire away your question.
Thank you
Anyone?
so
Anyone
much.
over
If you
any
do not
other
have questions, I guess I have delivered it clearly. And I guess also the participants will not ask questions because a majority are coming from the Department of Education, and some of the slides which I have shared were practiced by their schools. Thank you so much, Sir Nico.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Elena P. Gonzaga. So I guess your lecture was pretty clear enough already for them not to have any more further questions. Okay, so thank you, Ma'am Elena Gonzaga. We're gonna move on to our next topic, ladies and gentlemen, which is continuity of teaching and learning amid and beyond crisis. So we have here somebody from outside the country. Okay, he is an Indian missionary. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Mr. Arul Ryan. We're going to move on to our next topic, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello there.
Which is
I'm Dr.
continuity
Arul
of
Ryan.
teaching and learning
Greetings
amid
from
and
India.
beyond crisis.
I'm an educator.
So
I
we
worked
have
in the
here
Philippines for the last 20
somebody
years
from
in different capacities.
From outside the
I
country.
also collaborated
Okay, he
with
is an Indian
educators
missionary.
in Singapore,
Ladies and gentlemen, we
Malaysia,
have Mr.
Thailand,
Arul
Myanmar,
Ryan.
and Indonesia. My discussion today will be based on the experts' view, particularly the view of experts from the Harvard University and the Commonwealth of Learning, and also from empirical studies conducted in the Philippines. I wish the organizers congratulations, and I also wish the participants a fruitful learning today. So the topic for today is, friends, continuity of teaching and learning amid and beyond crisis. The education over 90% of the world's student population was disrupted due to the COVID-19 pandemic. No country or no institution was ready for this unprecedented global crisis. No one was prepared to respond to this immediately. We know, according to the UNESCO, 28 Filipino learners across academic levels had to stay at home and comply with the government quarantine measures. We had no choice. Of course, education was disrupted. We were forced to reimagine education, reimagine the teaching and learning. We had no choice. 3.5 million tertiary level students in the Philippines enrolled in approximately 2,400 higher educational institutions. Certain higher educational institutions in Philippines, example, the LaSalle, Ateneo de Manila, University of Santo Tomas, University of the Philippines, and a few more, implemented proactive policies for the continuance of education despite the closure during the pandemic. And that is the wise thing to do, respond immediately with proactive policies. To respond to the needs of learners, these institutions initiated policies that include modified forms of online learning that aim to facilitate student learning activities, online education, synchronous and asynchronous. Synchronous means students learn at the same time. The communication happens in real time, possibly more engaging and effective. It allows for instant feedback and clarification. I teach MBA subjects in Aklan Catholic College, and I adopt this method, the synchronous method, using various digital platforms such as Google Meet and Zoom. And I find a lot of difference in my students. The students are more engaged in this type of teaching and learning activity. They have a high level of participation, interaction. They're more mature. So I find this in a positive way. It contributes in the teaching and learning. Asynchronous is students learn at different times. The communication is not live, possibly more convenient and flexible. Underline the word flexible. It provides flexibility. It is more convenient. It allows students to work at their own pace and place. So examples of synchronous learning, we have this video conferencing like Zoom, Google Meet, live chat, live stream videos using like Facebooks. And then on asynchronous method, we have emails. Like example, a professor wants to send a case study or follow-up questions. You can send it through emails, screencast, Flipgrid, videos, blogs, comments, etc. You can already have a pre-prepared video of the lessons, then you can send it to the students. The students can attend to the lessons at their own time, at their own speed, at their own place. So that's the beauty of asynchronous online education. And as I mentioned, certain universities in the Philippines have already adopted this method of online education. They are flexible, of course. There are flexible options for completing the course requirements throughout the academic year. So it's not time constrained. Throughout the year, you can complete the requirements according to the curriculum set by your instructor. So it's time dependent, independent assessments, and all students can learn at their own pace and place. That's the beauty of online education distance mode. Thus, a distance learning and online learning was the only means for institutions and keep the doors of learning open. They had no other way. For many, it was entirely a new experience and uncharted territory. We were confused, but we had no choice other than to embrace distance learning and online learning. You remember, once distance learning and online learning were at their margin, now they have become the mainstream. And therefore, friends, accepting of this is a huge opportunity to build a resilient education system. Underline resilient education system that is what we need during and beyond any crisis such as COVID pandemic. So what was needed by the institutions to continue teaching and learning during and beyond the crisis? Well, institutions need quality contents, learning materials. It has to be prepared ahead before the crisis strikes, before the pandemic strikes. Then we will be ready. We can face them with resilience. Capacity building is another very important factor. There is an urgent need to train teachers how to use the digital platforms for online education. Also, we need to educate the students to use these digital platforms more responsibly with safety measures. Institutions also need support to leverage technologies for distance learning. When I say technologies, would also mean even printed materials, the use of radio. You see in the picture, the boy actually listens, he attends the teaching and learning process. Many places there are education radios. And the use of TV. The teacher prepares the module and presents it in the form of video so that the students can use them with free of cost in partnership with the local or national television providers, channel providers. So such is the beauty of online education system. So that most remote communities also can have access to learning. There is a need for institutions to enhance their digital infrastructure that can provide an enabling environment for effective distance and online teaching and learning. So the examples of this digital infrastructure, we have fixed broadband networks, cloud computing platforms, network infrastructure, system softwares, user devices, and communication satellites. Now we have top technological universities in the Philippines. Why can't we, with the support of the government, the DOST, can have more communication satellites, particularly for education purposes? So that's a challenge. Institutions have to work out in collaboration with the experts all around the world. So many institutions are offering IT courses. So this is the time for them to come up with new digital platforms that will enhance online teaching and learning. And therefore, digital infrastructure is an essential tool for effective online teaching and learning. We also need to look at how strong is the distance education in the country. If you notice, from the current crisis, we have seen that countries with existing distance education system have been able to be much more successfully than those without the system. In the Philippines, you have this open education system, open system, UP, University of the Philippines, Open University. You have the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, open system. You have the CAB College, Asian Institute for Distance Education. Now the question is, how strong are they? Why not the other colleges and universities can also offer this kind of open university system or open online education program or distance education programs? That is essential during the time of pandemic. If any countries had this system at hand, it was very easy for them to face this crisis, and they can also face the future crisis. A little example. The Commonwealth of Nations recognize the Indian distance education system as an example of a resilient system which can deal with current and future crises. It has open universities, national open schools, state open schools. One of the popular open university in India is the Indira Gandhi National Open University. It is also called the People's University. It is also my university. Currently, I'm a student taking up MA Psychology, and I have a plan to proceed to the PhD program in this open university. That will be my second PhD. Cost-wise, the fees, tuition and the other fees, very less. I would be paying only 10,000 rupees, that may be equivalent to 7,500 pesos per year. That includes my examination fees. I receive printed materials. I have received 7 books. It's included in the fees. So it's cost effective, and it provides a lifelong learning. I can study it at my own pace, at my own place. So that's how the open university system is effective. If countries can have strong and resilient education system in place before the crisis strikes, we can maintain continuity in teaching and learning. So we need a resilient education system. Of course, we know that a resilient education system requires thoughtful, systematic, and careful planning from our educational leaders and politicians. It concerns about the quality and access during the current crisis are largely due to the fact that countries and institutions have got no time. No time to plan. No time to roll out distance education. So I hope we have learned a great lesson during this time of pandemic. We need to be prepared, like the Boy Scout, be prepared. Be prepared to plan and to roll out distance education. Pandemic, climate change, socio-political unrest are realities, and we will continue to face them in the future. You see what is happening in Ukraine, the war between Russia and Ukraine. More than 12,000 Indian students also were displaced. They were taking up medicine in Ukraine. They were displaced, their education was disrupted, 12,000 medicine students. We thank God that they are alive. But what about the education of these students? What will be their future? And therefore, governments and institutions have important roles to play in the sustainable and systematic integration of distance education and digital learning. How to do that? How to do that? Of course, institutions should take emergency policy decisions to adapt distance learning and online learning. They must use appropriate technologies such as radio, television, mobile devices, so that no learner is disadvantaged or left behind. Institutions need to identify and use open educational resources. There are so many open educational resources available in online. They are free, they're easy to use. So please grab the opportunities of using these open educational resources. Institutions also need to implement strategies for synchronous and asynchronous approaches, as we discussed. So the synchronous learning, you have like live webinar, like the one that you're attending in this webinar, instant messaging, video conferencing, and virtual classrooms. Asynchronous approach also, as I mentioned earlier, use of emails, blogs, pre-recorded videos, lessons, or webinars. Use also learning management systems. So institutions need to prioritize these tools for effective learning during this pandemic and beyond. A very important aspect also is the online capacity building for teachers. All around the world, this has taken an important place, that we need to build the capacity of our teachers. We need to educate them. They need to adapt to the new technologies. Of course, inclusive policies must be implemented to ensure that no one is left behind, particularly the persons with disability. We need to maximize the use of digital learning for this disadvantaged community. Institutions must also need to boost investment in technological infrastructure. How institutions allocate the budget? Are we ready to invest in the future technologies? Technology is growing exponentially. And therefore, if we want to adapt to technology, we need to invest in the future technology. We need to develop online learning platforms to cater to the needs of the learners. If we don't have the capacity or skills or technology, we can cooperate with other institutions. So cooperation among institutions is important. If not in your own country, we need to look for partners in other countries. So it is a great challenge for education leaders. And I think this challenge, the pandemic challenge, has provided us this opportunity for more collaborations and cooperation among institutions. The current challenge of COVID has provided us an opportunity to think, to recalibrate education. Therefore, it is time to build a resilient education system so that our institutions can both survive and be prepared. You see, they must survive at the current situation and be prepared for a new form of teaching and learning in the new future crisis. Because education cannot wait. Learning never stops. The future of the teaching and learning will be a blended, and they have so much to contribute. I'm sure many of you are aware of the blended learning. It includes the face-to-face training, virtual classrooms, webinars, links, simulations, assessments, one-on-one coaching. Such a beautiful and effective learning methods. We have seen a mass update of self-directive learning during this pandemic period. It promotes lifelong learning. That's the mission of the open universities. Because self-directed learning promotes lifelong learning, leverage, and labor and love. So what are the benefits of self-directed learning? It promotes self-awareness. It teaches social skills. It builds a self-confidence to the learners. It kindles intrinsic motivation among the learners. So it's good to adapt self-directed learning during and beyond crisis. So dear friends, resilient education system will enable us to face the new world with confidence. It will help us to face the new crisis with confidence. And with that note, I wish you all to face the future crisis with an effective, resilient education system so that learning never stops. Education never waits. Continue the teaching and learning process successfully with blended and flexible methods. Thank you. Good day.
Okay, thank you so much to our speaker all the way from India. That was Indian missionary Arul Ryan, who was talking about continuity of teaching and learning amid and beyond crisis. And by the way, to our participants who were asking about his slideshow presentation, we are very sorry for the technical difficulties, but rest assured that we'll make it up for you guys. We will be sending you a copy of his presentation very soon on the chat box, or rather on the through Facebook Messenger. So it will be easy for you guys. And by the way, just for your information, to those of you who wants to get hold of your certificates, so you guys can coordinate with Dr. Moralista on Facebook, Dr. Rome B. Moralista. So you can look for him on Facebook, and you can coordinate with him via Messenger. Or better yet, you can pay him a visit at Guimaras State College, and you can claim your certificates there, as long as you can show your proof of payment through GCash. And I think that's the only requirement that you need for you to claim your certificate. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, on to our next topic. So our topic 3 will be current trends and issues in education amid and beyond pandemic. So our speaker, ladies and gentlemen, is a faculty of West Visayas State University, La Paz, Iloilo City. It is my pleasure to introduce to you our next speaker, Mr. John Erwin P. Pedroso.
interact kasi lahat. Sige na. Good morning to everyone. And then I would like to say thank you to Nico for the very kind introduction, and as well as to Iore and then the Guimaras State College for inviting me over for this international webinar on the current trends and issues in education amid and beyond the pandemic. So I am Dr. John Erwin Pedroso, and my vested interest is to share my thoughts onto this topic, in which I believe that this is a great crowd of professionals wherein you are as well into the academic instruction, research, and then as well as in community extension. So the title of my presentation is From Theory to Practice, Education in the Real World. It is my personal way of looking into things that education is made in order for us to learn something. However, in the past, education is always designed for us to have a good skill on memorization, mastering the theories, mastering the different philosophies, and a lot more. However, with the demand of education today and in the real world, we need to put these theories into practice. That is the very basic reason why that I entitled my presentation From Theory to Practice. And upon applying the different theories to the practical world, which is our own practice in our own setting, may it be in a contextualized manner. For example, if you are a nurse, then you put this theory into your own practice. So it won't stay just within the dimensions of your thinking. Or if you were an educator, then you have to put these theories into practice, like to land it in the real world setting, like you bring your students to the real world for their learning. So that becomes the education in the real world. Most especially that we are all being challenged by the pandemic. So amid and beyond pandemic, these different trends in issues and in education will continue. And that is the very reason why we need to understand that education today, amid and beyond the pandemic being challenged by trends and issues in education, must be of the real world setting. And this would provide us a good context that what we have learned in the past as practitioners, as educators, as curricularists, as extensionists, as researchers, we need to put those theories into practice. Let's take a look on Okay. I would like to invite everyone to please take a look onto the next slide that I am sharing to you, in which I would like to highlight the idea or onto the context which I would like you to look into as our lens in understanding current trends and issues amid and beyond the pandemic, especially in the educational setting. So you would see here in our slide the word technology, in which the technology has brought to us a lot of development. And we teachers are as well looking into this area, the technology would either be a friend or a foe, or it would be helpful, or it would as well be challenging. Now, the idea that I'm presenting to you is technology brought evolution to the society and the professional world. If you agree with this idea, I would like you to key in the icon thumbs up in our chat box. That if you agree. Okay? So I give you time to key in your idea or your thumbs up sign in our chat box if you agree that technology brought evolution to the society and the professional world. Let me see. Yes, thank you very much, Geraldine. Diadem. Yes, Ma'am Leah, thank you as well. They are pointing out the thumbs up sign. Josephel, Sir Ian, Henshana, Jaden, Galia. Hindi mabalik ang ito. Wala siya, hindi na. Okay, thank you very much. And most of us are into that context that we all agree with the idea that technology indeed bring evolution to the society and the professional world. Thank you for your responses, and I as well would agree with this thought. Let's take a look onto the second idea that tells technology has a tremendous impact on the educational sphere, leading to a number of emerging trends in the world of education. If you agree in this idea, please key in again the thumbs up sign in our chat box. Yes, thank you, Mom Luella. And then, yes, very good. And I think we're all in the same boat. It has brought the tremendous impact onto the so-called educational sphere. That is why we are as well having this kind of conference or this webinar in a virtual setting. It could have been exciting that we're seeing each other right now on a face-to-face basis, but due to the restrictions brought by the pandemic, then we are all settled in the virtual webinar. But it is still providing us a good quality of learning in as much as we are all very much excited and interested of the topics. Thank you very much for your responses. Indeed, technology has a tremendous impact on the educational sphere, and one of which on the emerging trends in the world of education is that we deliver our educational services in a virtual setting. And the third idea is, let's take a look. Okay. In order to properly engage our learners, we must be updated with the latest changes and vital issues that affect teaching and learning. If you agree with this idea, then key in the thumbs up sign in our chat box. Yes, Miss Felice Claire. Yes, Ma'am Vanessa, very good. Sir John Paul, Ma'am Jennifer, Ma'am Jella, Marielle Feli Alarcon, Judith Parcon, yes, Sir Josephel, and then Ma'am Luella. Thank you very much for your responses, and I think I am receiving an overwhelming thumbs up sign with these three different ideas that I have projected. And we are all in the same boat of understanding that technology is indeed bringing forth a lot of influence in our society and to the professional world because of the evolution which we wanted to be clarified of. We wanted to look into its impact on our educational sphere. And because of that, there are emerging trends in the world of education. One of which could likely be that despite that we are in the virtual setting, we wanted to make our learners very much engaged in the learning process. Despite that they are facing their laptops or they are interacting with the use of their tablets and so on, these gadgets are indeed mediators of learning and in the context of technology. However, we teachers, we as well wanted to retool ourselves with the latest changes of the use or on the use of technology because the more that we progress into this kind of setting in using technology, vital issues, excuse me, vital issues would really provide a good effect on the teaching and learning process. Likely, if we are going to combine all these three ideas from the first issue or from the first context that I presented to you, that you as well have pointed out your thumbs up sign that you agree with this, to the second and into the third, if you bring this all together, it will provide us with an effective learning environment. And I believe that if we befriend technology, it would make us an evolved or well evolved individuals. And as we are becoming an evolved individuals, then we contribute to the evolution of the society and the evolution as well of the professional world. And because of this, as we are having this composite or complementary behavior of contributing to the development of our practice as professional teachers or professional practitioners of different fields, probably that would still be involved in teaching, then the emerging trends in the world of education would really transpire. And in that sense, its effect on teaching in the learning process would really be very pleasing to everyone. That's the wonder of technology. However, I would like to make a little test if we are indeed technologically well rooted with the use of the different applications that are available in the online platform. They are represented by different icons. And I would say that different icons are representation of the different services being packaged through the use of technology, which are as well very relative to the current trends in the use of technology, which are very useful in education, which I would like you or I would like to have everyone make themselves settled if we are very familiar with this. In one way or another, we could make a very good technological landscape of our practices if we teachers are incorporating these different services or technological platforms to our practice as educators. This is just a game, and there is no need for you to get your mental health disturbed if you are not familiar with the icons. However, I am very quite confident that despite that you won't be familiar with the icon, you are still using some of these. Okay? Now, I would like you to key in your answers in our chat box as I reveal to you the different icons. Are we ready? Okay, let's take a look first on the first icon, and then I would like you to key in your answer if you see the icon. You got to name the icon. Okay, let's start. Wow, I think everyone is very familiar with the so-called TikTok. Yes, very good. Thank you very much. The correct answer for this icon is TikTok. Okay. The next one. Kindly key in your answer if you're familiar with this icon. Very good. Yes, correct. And I believe that every teacher nowadays is very familiar with the so-called Google Classroom. Yes. And the classroom that we have been very much into in our own time in the past or in the pre-pandemic is the physical classroom, or we go out of the classroom and then bring our students to museums, to heritage sites, or churches, or beaches, or camping sites. That these ideas are as well very much relative to the so-called classroom. But because of the technological advancement and a response to the so-called pandemic, then we made or we enslaved this technology. And this technology that I'm talking about, and I think we're all familiar with, is the use of Google Classroom. Thank you very much for your response. And let's take a look onto the next icon. Okay, this one. I keep my fingers crossed that everyone is as well familiar with this one. Oh, yes, Mom Jennifer, that's very nice. Donna Bell, yes, correct. Very good. Very good, everyone. This icon is Microsoft Teams. A year and a half ago, I was invited by one of my former classmates who happens to be a social studies teacher in the US Virgin Islands. And then she asked me to join their own online platform as a virtual class, in their virtual class actually. And they were using the Microsoft Teams. I was so happy that while I was having the lecture, I could see the faces of students, and it's like really a real time setting that they are appearing seated inside the classroom. And they call it like an amphitheater, a virtual amphitheater. And I told my friend and my former classmate who is teaching in the United States that the use of technology in the United States is indeed very advanced, unlike in the Philippines, that we get to entertain the use of different technological applications one after the other, or else teachers and students in the Philippines would as well be overwhelmed. And one of the many issues right now that we are facing is the use of technology that there are students and there are as well teachers who are not very much familiar with these different applications. But at least everyone is moving forward to equip ourselves with the use of these different technological platforms. Thank you very much for your responses. Yes, thank you, Ma'am Vienna May Panado, MS Teams, Microsoft Teams. And then the fourth one. Okay, this one. Let's see. Yes, very good. Correct, Ma'am Janet. Correct, very good. I believe that everyone is very familiar with the overwhelming responses that you have keyed in our chat box, which this one is Messenger. At times when Google Classroom won't work or Microsoft Teams won't work, then we all resort to the use of Messenger, and we as well conducting classes, synchronous and asynchronous classes with the use of the Messenger. And this one is really a very good blessing to us all that we keep each other in contact for 24/7. And it is not only used for friendship's sake, but as well as for professional practices. And it is very efficient in using, in as much as people nowadays are as well hooked on the use of Messenger 24/7. It means this technological application is really very handy. Okay, thank you very much. And then the next icon is this one. Even the technologically challenged individuals today are very much familiar with this. True, Ma'am Leia Sara Berico. It's Facebook. So if you have time to befriend me in the Facebook, you could look into my Facebook account, but never be confused if the profile picture happens to be a reflection of the Miss Universe 2018 Catriona Gray. Okay, likely that Catriona Gray would appear as well, a very good twin sister of mine with the packaging that I have included in my own Facebook account. So enjoy my Facebook account with my profile picture, which is a copycat of Catriona Gray. Thank you, and the icon is Facebook. Now, let's take a look onto the sixth icon. Everyone, key in your answers. Oh, Sir Gerardo Gavino have made a good acronym, FB. Now, Sir Gerard, could you please key in your answer for this orange icon, if you're familiar with it? Bing. Thank you, Ma'am Luella. Bing. Oh, this one is getting more challenging today. And at this moment, Ma'am Luella pointed out Bing. Yes, Ma'am Edna Galino. Bing. May I get 3 more people to answer if you are familiar with this? But if you are not familiar with this, then you don't have to key in or copy the answers of Ma'am Luella or Ma'am Edna. Okay, going, and yes, and it's taken. Let's take a look if these 3 good fellows got the correct answer. It's called the bright space. In the university where I am connected, formerly for the past year and a half, we have been using the so-called Google Classroom. And then everyone became so familiar, became so adept. It's like a cup of coffee every morning that you open your Google Classroom, that familiarity is already been onto our own bloodstreams. But unto the time when the university pointed out that we need to migrate from Google Classroom to Brightspace, challenged challenges set in. However, it's just a matter of a paradigm shift that we need to move on. We need to evolve. And then we adopted the Brightspace, and the virtual classroom that I am using today for this semester that I have started, and I as well personally constructed for my student, is as well the use of Brightspace. And though it is challenging, but it has also advantages if compared to other platforms that we use. And it's I think it's quite challenging, and at the same time it's quite useful, because we could already upload videos, we could already make links, and as well as there is a beautiful announcement that I could always share to my student, that I don't have to use the messenger anymore, but from time to time I as well do that. But the point is, I got a lot of options: the Google Classroom, the Messenger, the Facebook, the Brightspace, but I am not a TikTok fellow. Okay? Thank you very much. And then let's take a look onto the seventh icon. Okay, this one. Could we please key in our answers? Very good. Instagram, correct. Correct. IG for short. Yes, Ma'am Erin. Very good. Thank you very much. The correct answer is Instagram. If I am present in the Facebook as much as I'm as well present in the Messenger, I am also in the Instagram. However, I am not that very active in the Instagram, but still, I am having a beautiful profile picture in the Instagram, and I seldom make a lot of postings in the Instagram, unlike in my Facebook account that I am hooked into the world of research. That is why if you happen to visit my Facebook account, then you would see a lot of announcements there on research, especially free publication, and then journals that call for publication, and conferences that are potential to be attended to. If it is for free, then I could have been a part of the conference. But if it is a little payment or a registration fee, I also think twice. Due to the pandemic, then we all need to make our finances managed efficiently. Okay, let's take a look onto our eighth icon. This one. Kindly name the icon. Okay, we ended up with Sir Luisito Instagram, but let's take a look onto the next icon. What is the name of this icon? And if you are a little curious of this icon, you could as well do a little Google in your own end, and then you get familiar with it, and then that would be very good. Okay, no responses. Let's take a look in it. Mom Irene, thank you for acknowledging that. Not familiar, sir. Verna May, Mom Verna May, Bangiran podcast, Mom Edna, Sir Luisito podcast. Okay, Apple podcast. That's very good. It's very specific, Apple podcast, Sir Gerard. Mom Diadem, not familiar, sir. Okay, going and then taken. Let's take a look. What is this icon? It's podcast. It's making a live performance and then you share it to your students, then probably could make use of this kind of platform in order to deliver live lectures. That's very useful as well. Though it may not be so familiar with everyone, but at least you are now gaining the awareness that there is the existence of podcast. Okay, let's move on. The ninth, kindly name this icon. Okay. Sir Sybil, Mom Sybil and Ramirez, Killbot. Very good. Who else are familiar with this? You could key in your answer. Okay. Yes. Mom Sybil got it correctly, and Sir Luisito. It's called the icon for Killbot. What is Killbot? Do you see this figure inside the green? That there's like a leaf, but actually it's not a leaf. It's a I won't call it blue quill. It's a quill, like a feather, and then you dip it in the ink, and then you make it as your tool for writing. And Killbot is an application that is so familiar and so popular among graduate school students, and as well as gaining the same popularity among the undergraduate students, because it provides a very good service to the people or to the writers or the researchers to come up with a good paraphrase of the original ideas of different authors. Because the moment in the world of research, if you are going to lift verbatimly the ideas of the researchers and put it or include it into your own writing, then in the time of publication, you would be facing a lot of stumbling blocks because the similarity index of your paper would be very high. Therefore, it is very much encouraged that despite that you're lifting the ideas of authors, then you still need to make a good recasting of their ideas or paraphrasing of their ideas. And it's Killbot that becomes our savior. However, when you use Killbot, there are as well paraphrasing services provided to us by Killbot, which are actually not in consonance with the context that we wanted to use. That is why we still go back to a little basic of making a good decision whether to accept it or to reject the translation or the recasting or the rephrasing of the Killbot given to us with the use of these services. And I think this Killbot would only be made available if you are going to install it in your own computers or in your own iPhones and so on. Okay? So thank you, Mom Antoinette, Mom Sybil, and the others who shared about Killbot. And then the last one, kindly key in your answer. So what icon is this? What icon is this? Kindly key in your answers. Correct, Mom Sybil, turn it in. Mom Antoinette, not familiar, Doc, sorry. Oh, no problem. Turn it in. Okay, thank you very much, Mom Sybil. Yes, it's a plagiarism checker. And then it is as well a good platform in which when your students get to have their papers submitted, and then it automatically provides you with the similarity index and even the sources or the references in which your students got their ideas, and then just have it included in their own writing, because the application is really providing the different sources plus the annotation on where and how they got it. That's correct, Ma'am Sybil. And the correct answer for this icon is Turnitin. And sharing this to everyone, every time that my students submit to me an essay, reflection essay is a part of the requirement in the graduate school and as well as in the undergraduate level, I find time to have their work submitted in the Turnitin. It's because that only the teachers are given or have their accounts opened in the Turnitin, because this is as well so costly, and then students do not have the access for the Turnitin. And then I find time to have their work submitted in the Turnitin platform, and then I return to them the results of their plagiarism check. And in the world of research today, it has to be 20% and below similarity index that your work would be considered publishable. However, you do not include the references. Okay, that's in the context of research. But in my classes, I would inform my student that when they have their paper submitted in the Turnitin, I will only accept it if it is a little stringent than 20%, which is in the standard of publication. I adopt the 17% similarity index. Though it may be a little stringent because it would be needing a lot of paraphrasing, but at least it's already one of the many skills that students today would have to adopt, especially that research is very demanding nowadays. Okay, let's take a look. I believe that you have a good countdown of your numbers, of your scores. Let's analyze your score. This is just for fun only, actually. There is no reliability that if your score is low in the description that I am giving would really bespeak of who you are as a person or as a technological being. Let's take a look. What kind of technological being are you? And I will provide you with your own theme song. Bato-bato sa langit ang tamaan, huwag magalit. Pero may katotohanan. Okay? Now, if your score I would like you to key in your score in our chat box, because if your score is 9 to 10, then your description, or you are a technological being called techno par excellence. Okay, can you follow? If your score is 9 or 10, then you're called techno par excellence. And you're a winner and you take it all. So your theme song is The Winner Takes It All. Okay, let me see if who are the techno par excellence. Okay, I think everyone is sharing the score, but let's wait for the other scores, and then you will key in later on your own technological being category. Okay. Now, if your score is 7 or 8, then you are called pre-established techno. And the title of your theme song is Almost Over You. You're almost there, but quite far. So you need to work more. And if your score is 5 or 6, then you're called the Emerging Techno Fellow. So you're halfway between. That's why Mary McGregor is giving you this theme song, Torn Between Two Lovers. You are not up there, you're not even down here. You're in between. Okay. And then if your score is 3 or 4, then you're called coping technopals. With the virtue of Amy Grant's song, your theme song would be Don't Try So Hard, or else your mental health would be challenged. Okay. And then, what if you were not really familiar of any of those icons, or you got a score of 1 or 2? You are being called as the techno silence. And by the virtue of the song of Beatles, you must be singing now the song Help. Okay, now let me see who among you are having this theme songs. Okay, let me see. Tandaan, walang katotohanan ito. Laro lamang ito. Ha? Okay, let's see. From here, let's see who among you are having these different scores. So example, Ma'am Sybil Ann Ramirez is a pre-established techno. Sir Ian Joseph Henshana has the theme song Torn Between Two Lovers. Sana all lovers. Oh, it could have been like that. Na sana all may love life. Ma'am Jennifer Berha, Almost Over You. And then, Ma'am Feli Alarcon, her theme song is Ton Between Two Lovers. Torn Between Two Lovers. I think it's Torn Between Two Lovers. Correct, Ma'am Feli? Oh, this one is... Oh, Sir Joseph Reed Drilon, Love My Theme Song. And then, who else? Almost Over You. Almost all of you are almost over right now singing Almost Over You, as you have scored either 7 or 8. And then there are as well a handful of you who have the score of 5 and 6, Torn Between Two Lovers. Okay, this is just a profile or a game of the technological being and the theme song that you must be singing. However, though this may sound a little ironical, but it provides us with a picture on how familiar we are in the many online or virtual platforms that are made very popular nowadays. Despite that we may not be so familiar with those, yet there are a lot of opportunities in which we can make ourselves abreast with the ocean of the collection of the different virtual platforms or technological tools that we can use to make our teaching very appealing, and at the same time for the learning of our students very interactive. Thank you very much for being sport, and I believe and I am very confident that you won't take it so seriously because this is just a game. Okay? Now, in as much as we are talking about the idea of technology in today's context of the teaching and learning process, I am using this presentation or a hypothetical inspiration for everyone to analyze our attitude towards technology, or educators' attitude towards technology. We have here a handful of statements and at the same time the different responses, in which we will all together go slow in analyzing on the picture of how we perform as teachers with the use of technology, and even our feelings are unraveled by these realities as stated by the IT Opportunities in Education Market Study, which despite that it's focusing on the IT educators, but it could as well provide us with a good picture of who we are as teachers, not of IT, but as well as social studies teacher, English teacher, math teacher, physics, and so on and so forth. Okay? We have here on our left, we have here the different attitudes. And then towards right would be the different responses onto the so-called that they disagree, and then they partly agree, or they partly disagree. It means halfway, and then they agree. In the first statement and so on, take a look. They want to incorporate new technologies. That's the response of teachers. And then 75% of them would agree. That's very good. But in the second situation, they are using the technology to keep themselves abreast of the new technology. And it's good that there are 72% among the respondents of this particular study. And then they are as well becoming more productive when they use technology, and that's a good attitude. But they are giving a profile that 64% of the respondents would agree with this. If you add all these, it would give us a sum of 211%. I hope that everyone could follow. However, there are as well teachers who are a little negative towards technology and to the use of technology. They are reluctant, and 42% of them are saying that they are reluctant into the adopting of new applications or technology in teaching. The other one is that they see the use of technology to be too fast, and 41% of them are disagreeing to the context that the technology is giving this kind of challenge to them. And then the third situation is they find technology as a necessary evil. Oh, very hypothetical in saying evil. It may be a little evil if you are going to use it negatively, but it would be as well unnecessarily angel in disguise if you are going to use it positively. And they disagree that it is a necessary evil at 58%. If you're going to add all these, then it would succumb to 141%, which actually those teachers who are disagreeing with the use of technology is lesser than those who see technology to be of good assistance to them. But I am a little bothered with those who cannot make a good decision whether it's good or whether it's bad. Because all of us, in as much as we are all wanting to have or to create a positive or a productive learning environment, this product we are expecting should be calculated into the so-called the ROI, or calculating the ROI of technology expenditures. How much will be returned to us in terms of the teaching and the learning process? So that is our ROI. Take a look. 52% could not decide either way, that they agree or they disagree. And 30% would say that it is difficult to calculate the ROI technology expenditures. With this situation, it means this group of respondents are a little apprehensive and they always wanted to see the product that is very tangible or maybe very observable, or let's call them a little idealistic but practical. And the 17% would disagree that it is difficult to calculate the ROI of technology expenditure. It means instead of focusing onto the 30%, let's give a clap onto the 17% of the respondents who are very interested in investing onto the use of technology that despite that it may be or may not be of good technology expenditure, but they gave a try. And this brings us to this situation that with the use of technology, there is improvement in education. Why? Improving education would mean as well improving technology. With the use of improved technology, there is the improvement of education. Let's take a look onto the facts of the improved education through improved technology. Let's look into those brave souls of those 17% and 17% respondents in that previous slide that I presented to you, and as well it could be as well increasing in number or in percentage if we add ourselves onto that figure. What are these facts? There are 92% of teachers say they would like to use more technology in their lessons than they already do. Oh, 59% of students who use social media say they use it to discuss educational subjects with their peers. Schools that use more software related to assessment reported higher student outcomes than those that did not. It's already a technological call, actually, that we have to integrate the use of technology not only in our presentation of the lesson, but as well including onto the part when we get to provide our students with their academic assessment. And then 70% of students report higher grades and better attendance in active learning environment that use technology than the traditional ones. This is the platform in which those 17% of the respondents, probably we include ourselves there, in seeing how technology is very useful nowadays. But for those 30% who would disagree, probably if you are among those 30%, then let's settle onto these different principles that probably could provide you with a good guidance or assistance when you put these into flesh. Let's look. Principle number 1 would tell that technology is not a solution to the learning crisis, but technology can be the solution to specific micro problems within the education system. Do not become like God, who is omnipotent and omniscient, that if you get to see the big problem of the educational system, you would only say that the savior would be technology. Why don't you first look into the practice or inside the classroom in which, if the problem exists, then you can introduce technology in order to little by little solve elementary bite sizes problems. Do not be overwhelmed because technology is not a solution. It is just one of the many solutions. Principle number 2 would say, if you're going to invest in technology, invest in training, in support, monitoring, and maintenance to make it work. Do not go shopping and then look into what is buy one, take one, or buy one, get one, or the, how will you call it? Bagsak presyo technology. And you'll find bringing a lot of those in your school. And then all of a sudden your school caught fire. And then there's a bigger problem because all the technology that you have invested for, especially the physical resource like the computers, are substandard. So what will happen? Aside from that physical resource that you would like to invest, you also need to invest onto the people who would run the technology, who would monitor the technology, and to provide a good maintenance of the technology. You cannot call for the janitor or the manang who takes charge of the canteen to troubleshoot your computer system. I hope that you agree with me. If and only if that they are as well technologically advanced, however, they are caught in the situation that they're being assigned to do so, such a special project, then that would be very lovely. However, in a formal way of managing a particular organization and institution, then we provide a picture of specialization, that each one has its specific function, and then everything goes smoothly. And then the third principle would be test the technology, make sure it works, and make sure it is used. Make sure it increase learning. Always do that. That's why we also make a trial and error technique on the use of technology, and then we as well do regular checkup or maintenance, and we as well make a lot of troubleshooting, especially if we go on a big project, which is as well a good example is this one that we employ a lot of specialists to assist in the delivery of this webinar. And then the last one, principle number 4, technology to monitor and manage teachers will only work with political buy-in. It means we expect something in return. What do we expect? That when teachers use the technology, it provide an efficient learning environment and would increase the efficiency of teachers' work, and at the same time, students would get learning increased, and everybody would be very happy. In conclusion, what is really the role of technology? It is not to replace us. If it is a replacement, then probably we could package our products like modules, like our videos into an online thing, and then that would speak on our behalf. But the human touch and as well as the beautiful heart of teachers could never replace the technology. And then it is not only the solution, but one of the many solutions. Teachers remain smart because software may or may not be smart. And it is not even smart. Why? Who made these different softwares? The inventors. Who made the learning possible? Teachers who assisted the students to achieve greater learning with the use of technology. Okay, a very good friend of mine pointed out that it's 15 minutes before 12, and I think we as well need to take care of our physical health and our mental health, that we need to nourish our beings with a good lunch, and we will have a good break, and then we will resume at 1 o'clock. Okay, we will resume at 1 o'clock, and then I will continue with my talk. And I promise that I will be sharing to you uh, the practical side of my lecture, in which I would be sharing the theoretical side of my presentation, and then I'll share to you photos and how I put them into practice. And I would also be pointing out areas and how these different practices that I have put into research. And it will be a very entertaining afternoon. Okay, so I invite everyone to have a peaceful and a fruitful and a productive lunch. And then we will all together see each other at 1 o'clock. And I encourage that you will all be in 15 minutes before 1 o'clock, that we could start on time. And then you could still attend to your different personal necessities and responsibilities for being or working at home after our webinar. Thank you very much, and good morning to everyone. Have a happy lunch.
Okay, so there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, for the morning sessions of our webinar. And you just heard lately from the faculty of West Visayas State University, La Paz, Iloilo City. That was John Erwin P. Pedroso. And you're going to hear the continuation of his lecture later on in the afternoon around 1 o'clock. But we encourage you to log in. Probably the most is 15 minutes before 1 o'clock, so we can make sure that everyone is logged in right before we kicked it off at suggestively 1 o'clock. And just to give you guys a recap of what we have so far, so our speakers included the Chief Education Supervisor of Curriculum and Learning Management Division of DepEd Region Office 6, Ma'am Elena P. Gonzaga. We also have had our Indian missionary speaker, Arul Ryan. And of course, that was Sir John Erwin P. Pedroso. So, ladies and gentlemen, do enjoy your lunch, and we'll be back this afternoon for the afternoon session.
Welcome to Guimaras, the island of mangoes and more. Guimaras is an island province located in western Visayas. It is made up of 5 municipalities, namely Jordan, the gateway and main growth center; Buena Vista, which serves as the center for higher education; Nueva Valencia, the tourism capital; Sibunag and San Lorenzo, which are centered on agriculture and fisheries. Considered as the agri-eco-tourism capital in the region, the province economic picture sustained its upward direction, giving importance to our major economic drivers: agriculture, fishery, and tourism. The province still has the green, raw land for ecotourism development and agricultural production, anchored on the principles of integrated coastal management and the presence of areas with high aesthetic value that can be developed into high-end residential areas. Guimaras is also the transshipment hub and seaport province that links Panay and Negros, and is considered as a metro residential suburb, providing low-cost and high-end facilities. Investment in the province boomed on 2013 when 27 wind turbines that generate 54 megawatts Guimaras is mangoes and more. Get a share of more. Invest in Guimaras.
Nothing left, so hold on tight as the hurricane breaks defense. Stay hidden from the causes that might.
Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to Magan Festival Cultural Presentation.
Take me away, I'm running for my life, for my life. What's with your delay? You're only killing time, killing time. So take me away, I'm running for my life, for my life. And what's with your delay? You're only killing time, killing time. Take me Take a minute to glance down the street where no hope surrounds you. An empty soul, so much space to fill the gaps we fall through. And do you see what we've become? Through tears and losing the only one. Only one. Take me away, I'm running for my life, for my life. What's with your delay? You're only killing time, killing time. Nothing left, so hold on tight as the hurricane breaks defense.
The island of Guimaras, a rural tourism destination for every family. Renowned throughout the world for its sweet mangoes, it offers home and all the sweetness of being part of it. With its strategic location in between Negros and Panay Island, you can easily reach Guimaras through sea and sky. Get a more relaxed ambience with its green environment and be home to the true Filipino culture. Experience the life at the farm and the secrets of traditional living, and take part in protecting the unspoiled beauty of nature through the Agri-Eco Tours. Go on adventure in foot or on bike in the trails of the hills and forests, and enjoy the thrills with everyone. Then, take a leap into the clear waters and witness the world underneath. Discover the mangrove sanctuaries rooted along the streams and rivers that run deep within the land. Take a tour in the hidden caverns and rock formations aesthetically landscaped along the islands. And at the end of the day, take a bite of the region's special cuisine and savor the sweetest of its mangoes. Relax at the homes of the communities or at the various resorts that offer quality services and amenities. Learn more about the Guimaras history and values with its historical places and practices. Amuse in the traditional arts that were handed down from generations, such as the novelty of the galleon boats, where the local boat makers highlight the province's vital role in the economy of the past, in trade, and as the masters in building ships. Observe the heart of the island's economy, where the families in every community value perseverance, discipline, and tradition. See how salt is made alongside the farmers that produce them. How the mothers neatly weave the buri leaf to intricately make handbags and other products. Buy some freshly caught fish from the fishermen who went offshore before the sunrise. And complete your experience by first-hand harvesting sweet mangoes only grown in the island. Mangoes are more than just fruits. It became the symbol of what Guimaras is and what it could become. Take a trip back in time.
wholeheartedly ang aton pagpamati sa ginahambal sa aton, ginatudlo sa aton, kay ini hindi lang para sa inyo, kundi madala ninyo ang aton probinsya into a tourism digital transformation.
I am very honored to be here and to be a participant of this Tourism Comp 2018 at Guimaras State College. We have a lot of learnings nga natunan, especially nakabuild kami sa teamwork, and I know how to cope with others.
3, 2, 1, go!
Ako na-learn, isa na dito ang photography workshop namon. Kag ang pinaka-the best ko gid nga na-learn is ang event organizing, kay as an SK chairman, ma-implement sa amon nga barangay ang amon nga na-learn ko sa sininga kang.
I think dyan talagsa lang ni, haring dyan Pilakson, DepEd, DOT, ang LGU nga nag-support sa sininga program. Personally, ma-partner kamo namon sa pag-push further sa development. Sa nasiling ko na, it's 60. Pero kung bulirigan, dani basi before malabot ang 70% sa lalabuton sa probinsya, sa Guimaras. So, congratulations!
This is the party. This is the party. This is the party. This is the party. Party.
for sharing your knowledge with us. Nagapasalamat ako sa pag-imbitar sa amon sa Diring event sa Tourism Camp 2018.
Hi, good afternoon to all of our participants, and we hope that you guys had your lunch and that you guys are ready for the second part. So we're just straightening up things. We're getting ready just to make sure that we're gonna have a very smooth second part of our webinar. So please stand by, and in a very short while, we'll be resuming our seminar.
The island of mangoes and more. Guimaras is an island province located in western Visayas, namely Hordan, the gateway and main growth center; Buena Vista, which serves as the center for higher education; Nueva Valencia, the tourism capital; Sibunag and San Lorenzo, which are centered on agriculture and fisheries. Considered as the agri-eco-tourism capital in the region, the province economic picture sustained its upward direction, giving importance to our major economic drivers: agriculture, fishery, and tourism. The province still has the green, raw land for ecotourism development and agricultural production, anchored on the principles of integrated coastal management and the presence of areas with high aesthetic value that can be developed into high-end residential areas. Guimaras is also the transshipment hub and seaport province that links Panay and Negros, and is considered as a metro residential suburb, providing low-cost and high-end facilities. Investment in the province boomed on 2013 when 27 wind turbines that generate 54 megawatts were installed. Guimaras completed the paving of circumferential roads and upgraded the cross-island links, the development of ports and wharves, as well as the development of the 71-kilometer agri-tourism circuit. The province has also received awards and recognition for good governance, especially in the aspects of peace and order, ease of doing business, and environmentally sustainable development. It has significantly improved its competitiveness in terms of economic dynamism, government efficiency, infrastructure, and resiliency, making Guimaras the most competitive province in Western Visayas. Guimaras is mangoes and more. Get a share of more. Invest in Guimaras.
And we're back. Welcome back to all of our participants for our webinar. And to those who just logged in, this is the one-day webinar on continuity of teaching and learning amid and beyond crisis. So now we're on our second part, which is the afternoon. And we're going to listen to the second part of the topic of our speaker, Mr. John Erwin P. Pedroso, the faculty of West Visayas State University, La Paz, Iloilo City. So here we go, guys, and enjoy.
Good afternoon again. And I bet that you all had a good lunch. And as we have already nourished our physical bodies and then provided a good lunch, we could already continue with our presentation, with our topic, with our discussion. In as much as that the title of my talk is on From Theory to Practice, Education in the Real World, the current trends and issues in education amid and beyond the pandemic. The presentation that I have shared this morning before we had our lunch break was actually on setting the mood to provide you with a good picture that technology is indeed inevitable. And in the light of that idea, especially as it becomes very relatable to the title itself, we will look into how the different theories have backed me up in order to put these different theories into different practices according to my very own context as a curricularist, as a community extensionist, and as well as a researcher. In other words, this is actually the meat of my presentation because in this part of my presentation, I will be sharing to you the different photos on how I put the theory into practice according to the different activities that I organize together with my students, that they would be provided with a practical training, especially as they are social studies students at the same time as graduate school students. And at the same time, I also as well have incorporated presentations or video presentations for you to as well be assisted on how this theory was put into practice. And this context exists not only in the area of academic instructions, but as well as in the area of research, community extension. So good afternoon once again. Welcome to this second part of my presentation, From Theory to Practice, Education in the Real World, Current Trends and Issues in Education and Amid and Beyond the Pandemic. This morning, we pointed out the importance of technology in our practice. I am going to present to you five important concepts onto the current trends and issues in education, even before or during, and then I believe that it will continue beyond the pandemic because these are classic concepts of trends and issues in education that may come or cut across the different fields of discipline. Okay, so let us start with the first concept. The first concept is on the technological trends in teaching and learning. The technological trends in teaching and learning. The photos at the bottom that you see are introductory pictographs on how I put this concept on technological trends in teachings that would give us a good scaffold and understanding the theory that or principle that I am sharing. First and foremost, look at this concept on technology would encourage, may or may not encourage students to learn soft skills. And then online classroom and technology infused instruction. The availability of online and technology infused instruction is very popular nowadays. However, it also poses the threat that because of the shortcomings onto the different contexts and realities that students have and as well as teachers have, it may not encourage for us all to learn soft skills. It's like the certain quotation that would say, matira ang matibay. However, we don't want to put our students and teachers in that disadvantaged area. That is why universities, colleges, the DepEd, the CHED would as well expose opportunities to different teachers and students to make use of technology for them or for us to all together encourage in gaining or in learning soft skills, because it is embedded in an online learning system or technology infused instruction, the learning of the soft skills. But that depends now onto the disposition of students and teachers or the community as a whole on how they are going to take advantage on this opportunity. But this is one of the many trends which I would like you to understand. And thirdly, these technological trends in teaching and learning is expected to enhance the ability of teachers to offer accommodations for different styles of learning. Why did I ask you a while ago to give me thumbs up, share your thoughts, or share your number or scores, or even made you guess the different virtual icons or technological applications that you guessed successfully? This is for you to be situated in the context that making ourselves available in learning and in using the different technology in facilitating the teaching and learning process, it will provide us with the skill to choose the best strategy in order for us to accommodate different learning styles, or as well accommodate different teaching styles. Okay? And then students may receive additional learning resources and challenges. It is a fact that in our different documents as instructors, we provide our students with reading materials that they would use the internet in order to serve or get connected to that reference that we are sharing to them. However, there are students who are very curious and at the same time very inquisitive, that while independently learning their lessons, aside from the reference that we have provided them, they go beyond and search more in the internet to further clarify the concepts that they are learning. In other words, they learn by themselves as they are being assisted by the technology. Therefore, additional learning resources and challenges are made possible through the use of technology or through the use of internet, to say it so. And lastly, the learning management system can help track students' progress through the course. With the use of Google Classroom, with the use of Brightspace, with the use of Microsoft Teams, with the use of Messenger or the Facebook, there are opportunities in which these platforms may formally or informally provide teachers opportunity to learn and how their students are having their academic journey. Last 3 days ago, when I gave my social studies students their unit test, one of them have posted in the social media, and she said, like in the context, the unit test would have had encouraged him na magpakuha na lang daw siya kay Lord. Magpakuha siya kay Lord. I don't know if it's a joke or if it is a meme, as they say, or I don't know if it is a message of formality. But it caught my attention in as much as The social media is already providing our students with an open platform in order for them to express their thoughts. And in one way or another, with the use of that platform, I was able to see that that student was actually ill prepared to take the test or just making justifications because she can perform well in my test, despite the fact that before the semester starts, they already get the schedule on when to study Unit 1, study lesson 1 of Unit 1, and so on and so forth, uh, including the schedule in preparing for writing their reflection essay and passing their big mission or performance task, or even the schedule of our long exam. So the bottom line of it is it provides us with a formal or maybe informal system of keeping track with our students' progress or keeping track with our students' performance and how available they are in performing these academic expectations. If we include this technology in encouraging students to learn soft skills with the availability of online classroom and technology assisted instruction, or enhance skills of teachers in accommodating learning styles, and with the use of different references and additional learning resources and challenges, and providing us with a good picture on how our students are keeping track, or we could keep track of their progress, the growth of technological capabilities would mean that a variety of media and learning supported tools now exist. And it was proven by our first activity or second activity a while ago that you have identified the different media assisted learning or entertainment icons, which exist to help students. Why? What are they for? Because we wanted them to receive high quality education through the use of internet. Therefore, we can no longer excuse ourselves in using the internet. If the internet is available, then it will not only be used for Facebook for our entertainment purposes. Well, if that is so, then I would agree, or I would believe that it is just for you to get a good or catch fresh air, or get yourselves entertained and get yourselves ready for the next lap of the day that you would continue doing your professional assignments. Now, here are the different examples of technology in the classroom that are very popular today. The first one is the use of tablets. Use of tablets, or to make it more a little relatable, that students nowadays are already using their very own cellular phones or mobile phones aside from the tablets in order for them to get acquainted with the many academic demands that are expected of them to submit, not only for them to get involved in the synchronous discussion, but as well as with asynchronous discussions or asynchronous activities in which the teacher have provided them for their learning opportunities. And then the second one is the use of smart boards. These are the interactive or connected display board that can take place of whiteboards in most classroom environment. These smart boards would in one way or another say that it is much related to our smart televisions, the one that we are using right now, aside from the overhead projector or the LCD projector. We already are using the smart boards. And I was lucky enough last February, that I was invited to be one of the panel members in the final defense of someone or a good friend of mine that happens to have her final defense in the graduate studies of the Guimaras State College. And then The dean of the College of Education happens to be a good friend of mine, and he invited me to enter their smart classroom. I was so surprised that the GSC is as well having good provisions for smart learning through the use of smart classroom with smart resources, that if you allow me to say so. And this is already a big advancement and innovation. However, we make it sure that we use these different resources as they are providing our students with opportunities to learn with the use of technology, to learn by the use of technology. And we are having the so-called technology in the classroom with the use of cloud servers, wherein students will be able to access materials that they need in the cloud. And it would eliminate the need for the traditional computer lab or expansive library facility. So everything are now found at the tip of your fingers. And then we as well have the use of the 3D printing. This technology has the potential to change the way students learn about engineering or in architecture or in IT or in pharmacy and so on and so forth, because this provides us the opportunity to design and produce prototypes. Prototypes. It is also used to create accurate 3D models for our science class projects or even art projects. And then the fifth one is the use of augmented reality, and we call it AR. These are devices that allow students to experience their lessons as if they were right in front of them, but it is technologically aided. For example, medical students can see a 3D model of the anatomy of the human body or interact with it in a virtual environment. So, in the earlier times, we are using like puzzles, blocks, but these are all translated in a more technological packaging. And we say thank you to the inventors, technological inventors of this application, a technology in the classroom that mechanical engineering students could already make their performance tasks in manipulating or in doing machine work in an augmented reality. And lastly, another example is the use of video conferencing. And it requires high-speed internet actually in order for us to get connected with the live lectures of our students and of our teachers. And students are allowed to join despite the fact that they are in different locations and allowed to as well participate in the lesson discussion. However, there are students right now who get to be very challenged because of the area where they are living. And video conferencing would require or would entail a lot of amount of the internet or signal, as they may call it so, in order for them to efficiently join the so-called video conferencing classes or classes that are using video conferencing. And to clarify video conferencing, there are as well tools being used, like for example, one of which would be your cell phone, your tablet, your iPad, iPod, the computer, and so on and so forth. Now, these are very theoretical things. However, I would like to invite you to watch this video, which I would like to present to you, that would as well convince you that the theories that I learned are as well put into practice. And the practice that I'm talking about is theory put into practice with the use of research. Because 6 months or 7 months ago, a good friend of mine, and then I would like to acknowledge him, Dr. Ryan Michael Uducado, have encouraged me together with other friends that we sit And then we sat, we sat and then wrote a research paper on the use of video conferencing tools. And we found a good gap in which we situated our research among the maritime students in two chosen schools in Iloilo City. One from Iloilo City and the other is from the province. And it gave us a good opportunity to have our paper published in a Scopus Index journal. And I'm so happy with this effort. And I would also like to acknowledge five other friends who were with me in writing the paper: Dr. Ryan Michael Adecado, Captain Ace Ocampo, Chief Mate Vermarie Tan, and then Kelly Herbuela, and then Ken Tamdang, and myself, who put our efforts onto writing this research paper, which I would like to present to you about video conferencing tools. Okay, thank you very much. And then let's enjoy this video presentation on my research study about the video conferencing tool.
Of increasing the physical space between people. The outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic prompted schools and universities to continue students' educational activities. Social distancing, a healthcare practice of increasing the physical space between people to avoid spreading illness, has required schools to employ distance learning. Thus, utilization of video conferencing tools became popular. It is not clear what benefits and challenges they bring to higher education, especially with respect to students' acceptance to the classroom uses of technology in the time of unexpected events. Because of the rising popularity of video conferencing tools being used to ensure academic atmosphere's continuity with the use of technology, a garden of researches related to this bloomed exuberantly. The researches featured a handful of respondents coming from a spectrum of different interests, contexts, field of specializations. Indigenous groups, working students, medical students, and pre-service teachers, and a lot more are among of the many assortments. Academically speaking, scarcity or even the worst is the absence of research-based documents and scholarly written literature on how maritime students use video conferencing tools to learn, survive, and sail the oceans of knowledge amidst the pandemic. Hence, this study entitled Factors Influencing Intention to Use Video Conferencing Tools in Online Distance Education Among Students in Philippine Maritime Schools was undertaken. On behalf of Dr. Ryan Michael Oducado, Mr. Ken Tamdang, Captain Ace Roger Ocampo, Chief Mate Ver Maritan, and Mr. Eric Dedor, I, Dr. John Erwin Pedroso, welcomes everyone aboard in this academic voyage that hoists maritime students' video conferencing tools and teaching and learning in times of COVID-19 pandemic in a research pursuit. This research study is a descriptive, correlational, cross-sectional study that was conducted using the administration of an online survey tool among 234 students in two maritime schools in Iloilo, Philippines. multilinear regression analysis was used to identify predictors of behavioral intention and anchored on technology acceptance model of Davis. This study determined the factors associated with the intention to use video conferencing tools in an online distance education among maritime students. All the information of respondents was used for research purposes, and personal information and responses from the students were kept confidential by the whole team. Table 1 reveals that maritime students' level of intention in using video conferencing tools was very high. In this light, the result further tells that maritime students' intention to use video conferencing tools supports the hypothesis that a perception of video conferencing tools as user-friendly. Aside from video conferencing tools are easy to use, it also leads to an increase in its usefulness and attitudes. Table 2 shows significant relationships of maritime students' determinants of intention to use video conferencing tools. Likely, their attitudes as technologically savvy learners emphatically influenced their behavioral intention that is strongly related to video conferencing tools' actual use in online learning. With maritime students' attitude towards video conferencing tools, its use during the COVID-19 pandemic was strengthened as a new modality of instructional delivery. As findings show maritime students' high level of intention to use video conferencing tools, their universities, instructors, and peers are being oriented on the eventual modification of teaching and learning in the new normal vis-a-vis the use of technology. Table 3 tells that attitude towards video conferencing, perceived class engagement, perceived ease of use, and perceived usefulness were significant predictors of maritime students' intention to use video conferencing tools. As maritime students' attitude in computer interaction improves, they also become fully aware on video conferencing tools' ease of use, perceived class engagement, and perceived usefulness. Likely, they may be intrinsically motivated, which can be understood through self-determination theory. As maritime students become more playful with computers, their class engagement will be more productive. Despite the technological glitches that they may experience, this becomes an opportunity for them to further value video conferencing tools' usefulness rather than an obstacle on learning. Video conferencing technology remains a valuable platform that facilitates educational activities during the COVID-19 outbreak. Schools and learning communities utilizing such technology must be cognizant of the factors that influence students' intention to continue using this platform for learning to fully exploit its value and benefits for education. As the face of global education would be ever changing after the COVID-19 pandemic, different institutions all over the world would remain prompt in testing various forms of teaching and learning instructional delivery which can be adopted in different curricula. Therefore, as the use of technology will be inevitable, the use of video conferencing tools has an important influence in reshaping the educational landscape. And I thank you.
So, this is now a proof that a theory or a principle in the use of technology is not only to be read from the book, but rather it is our guiding light that we can establish greater knowledge on how it is used in making the teaching and learning process more advanced. And using this theory into research is a sheer picture on how a theory is put into practice with the use of research. Okay?
The outbreak. The out. The out.
So, let us believe that technology will never replace great teachers, but technology in the hands of great teacher is transformational. That is by George Couros, and may it be our guiding light or a belief on how technology is helping us in these challenging times. The next idea is soft skills training, a major trend in higher education. That is the second trend and issue which I would like you to learn about in this presentation. Look into this. When we talk about soft skills training, it is considered to be one of the most important skills in the workplace. In as much as we don't want our students to remain inside the classroom, but we wanted to provide them with an opportunity to learn as we prepare them for the real world. And then when they get their jobs, when they get to become teachers, when they get to become engineers, when they become nurses or physicians, they are already equipped with this so-called soft skill. And in the workplace, soft skills would as well be cleared out if we include ideas such as critical thinking, which is actually one of the many soft skills expected in this profession or in the teaching profession. Critical skills, problem solving skills, people management, and creativity. The second one is that it provides us the balance of screen time involved in a class. It means it is not all the time that we give our students the online lecture. However, it should be balanced by also providing them with the opportunity to learn independently, or you provide them activities that they could interact with people around them or people in their community or among their classmates. May it be in a formal or an informal setting, these two settings would be very beneficial for the students to learn soft skills, because this is not all about memorizing content, but it would also require problem solving, critical thinking, people interaction, self-reflection, or celebrating creativity. Unlike that, when we were still having the face-to-face mode of delivering educational services, that these things would come naturally, and it is expected that they bloom exuberantly onto the time when the procedure is being implemented or the teaching and learning process is carried out. The third one is for us to appreciate that the development of these skills will find that this trend offers a good number of opportunities for growth. When you work with people, you learn to you learn to meet halfway with people. You learn to work happily with people. When you do problem solving, you just don't solve problems in a very linear way, but you entertain possibilities. That actually is one of the many facets of critical thinking. Or when you are exposed on a situation, you don't just become too technical in solving the situation, but you as well apply creativity. And in that sense, in one way or another, soft skills would develop and provide you opportunities for growth, not only as a teacher, but as well as among your students, in which institutions find themselves with a competitive advantage within the higher education. The basic reason why we give our students the practicum learning approach, or we give them opportunity for them to put their creativity into motion, or we ask them to have community interaction, or we provide them with academic instructions that would really challenge their problem solving skills or critical thinking skills, because they organize activities that would not only require them to memorize, but rather to bring all these skills together, and that makes it up for them to feel successful as they learn different soft skills: critical thinking, problem solving, higher order thinking skills, people interaction or people management, creativity, time management, coping, and a lot more. And these are all required in a workplace. And then the last one, soft skills training would provide students to be more employable, which will improve their alumni success rates, creating a virtuous cycle as future students look for schools with strong alumni success rates. So it becomes like an advertisement. It becomes like the who's who in the society, that we associate that great figure to a particular school, and then aspirants would make it like the benchmark that they really wanted to get into this school to be someone whom they truly idolize. Like this one. In an effort to prepare students for their future careers, schools must have the training in place to help students nurture and grow in these skill areas. Let's take a look on how I put these principles or this theory, if you allow me to say so, into practice. At this juncture, I will be presenting to you some pictures on how this becomes alive in my own practice, from theory to practice. These students were formerly my sophomore students, but they're right now in the fourth year. And this is Kyla, and this is Marcus, and this is Uthel. Marcus and Uthel are running for summa cum laude, and then Kyla is running for magna cum laude. Every time I get invited as a guest speaker from different schools to deliver talks, I bring with me students to be my co-presenters, and they are the ones giving testimonies. And that is already a learning opportunity for them to learn soft skills of interacting with people, to become creative themselves, to become effective communicator. And right now, they are already proving as to myself that as student council officers, they already are putting these different skills into practice, because in next month time, in April, they will be launching their first ASEAN leadership camp in connection with the Camping Pet Rajabat University. And just 3 days ago, I was happy yes, 3 days ago, I was happy because they were the ones who took the initiative to have or to set a virtual meeting with faculty and the international linkage office of a particular university in Thailand. And that's already a big mission accomplished for me. It means they are learning their soft skills. And then in 2019, I was invited by Hwa College of Iloilo, my very own alma mater, to speak on their student leadership development program. And I brought with me several students, and one of the students who spoke before the Hwa students was as well my student college student, social studies major, and his name is Earl. And he is actually one of the eloquent speakers that I have, because he does not only deliver technical or theoretical concepts, but he makes it sure that these theoretical concepts about leadership that he learned are as well put into practice. And mind you, they are as well earning part and parcel of my own earnings, because they as well work for me as I work for the organization. And these are members of the Social Science Student Society. This is Aldrin, and this was the former president of the organization, and they had arranged a meeting with a principal from Alimudian, municipality of Alimudian, and then this is the honorable mayor of Alimudian, Tito Kalay Alonsabe, and then they forged a MOA, or a memorandum of agreement, that Alimudian, a high school in Alimudian, would be an area of their training in implementing their different student activity program. And they as well contacted the municipality of Alimudian through Mr. Jeffrey Alonsabe, to help them around and their community exposure. And it means that they are learning skills. I did not even go with them in signing for the MOA signing, but they were able to make it successful. And then the social studies students that I handled across the different year levels, they go to the different communities in the 4th district of Iloilo through their different alumni that would help them. And then they conduct activities there, in which they were able to launch this activity on coastal cleanup and environmental integration, or love for Mother Earth or creation, through their student leadership training in Anilao National High School. And then the students are as well sent to the different communities in the city proper, that in this picture, they organized a talk for the youth, specifically for the Sangguniang Kabataan member, that they have implemented a leadership program on training student leaders for the community. And these are several members of the organization that I am serving as the advisor. And then lastly, this is as well Rosie. I incorporate the Masters of Education and Social Studies class together with the undergrad, and we call them the Social Science Student Society. They went to a community in Manduria, which actually it's no longer existing because we caught fire just last Friday, and these unfortunate souls were the victims. But this picture was taken like 3 years back in time when the organization went there, as it was organized. The activity was organized by the students, and they implemented a livelihood training program on how to make eco bags. And with this picture, with these photos, soft skills of learners are honed. And when they go out to the real world, it is one of the many armaments put inside their own bag of tricks, that when they get their own jobs, it is an additional skill that they can offer as they become very employable. Okay. And in this picture, I brought my students, and this policy forum was actually implemented for free. So I took advantage of bringing 25 students who have enlisted for free snacks, free lunch, and like that, to the University of the Philippines in the Visayas. This was 4 years ago, and we attended the policy forum on ending child rape, breaking the silence. And then I as well brought my students with me in the International Assembly of Youth of the UNESCO, in which Marcus and Cecil being the officers in the Student Council, we have enlisted our organization to the UNESCO accredited organization in the Philippines. And this was the picture when we got our second certificate for good standing as an organization, a national organization. And then I as well give opportunities for my students to celebrate creativity and becoming well-rooted to our culture, specifically in the Philippine folk dances. And then we performed in the third Paksa International Conference, and most of them are first year and second year students. And this is MJ, Herzel, and the boys that I trained, Carl, Utel, Rainwell, and then this one is Aldrin, I think. It's Aldrin. And then on the farthest right is yours truly, because I also dance with them to prove that I am not just simply sending them to the battle, but I also join them in the battle for dancing with them in this international conference. And this was taken in 2019. A year prior to 2019, I brought 26 students in the international conference, and we did a big production in the closing program. And these were the different dancers. These are all social studies majors, and you would not expect that they could be performing as such. But one of the many soft skills that they can do is for them as well to dance, because later on, they would as well be tossing their caps when they are already employed, or teachers when they're being asked or requested to do a dance presentation on behalf of their students or together with the students. And at this part, I would like to show to you or share to you the dance presentation in 2018, whom the performers were social studies majors. There were 16 of them who will be performing. And this is the proof that soft skills are integrated, or training or having or making them have the soft skills would be one of the many ways for them to become as well personally improve or personally develop or professionally develop pre-service teachers. Please enjoy the dance presentation that they have. Okay, thank you very much. And this is a proof on how on how theory was translated into practice. These were social studies majors in which they might our notion of social studies teachers would only be working on with flat maps, globes, Philippine history, and so on. However, it is a sheer profile of how students, pre-service social studies teachers, could make it well with someone who could give them an inspiration that they could do more as they are expected to celebrate the unique creativity that they have. It's just a matter of giving them or training them with soft skills and a spoonful of belief and concern that they could really enhance beyond what is expected as a social studies teacher. And this is in the context of being performers or dancers of the Philippine folk dances. Okay, so basically, when we talk about training soft skills, it is expected that in a IQ job pool, soft skills like discipline, drive, and empathy mark those who emerge as outstanding. It means what else can we give aside from our high IQ? And what we can give more would be our soft skills. Okay? Uh, Joseph Reed Drillon. I think Joseph Reed Drillon happens to be a good friend of mine way back in college, if I may not be mistaken. Joseph, it's called Kinukulangan. Kinukulangan. It's a Philippine folk dance from the Mindanao. Oh, yes, very good. We have met virtually despite the pandemic. Hello, Joseph. Nice meeting you again. And technology brings us together. It's entitled Kinakulangan, and this dance presentation or our production was brought to Baguio City in 2018, and the dancers were social studies majors that I believe in one way or another have gained the soft skills. Okay. The third concept which I would like to share is the so-called student trend, decreasing attention spans. Okay. Student trend, the decreasing attention span. Why is this a current trend or an issue today in education? There is the prevalence of technology and it is unstoppable or it's ever growing. Because of this, it becomes like the culprit of students' attention that even at times when you get to speak to them or when you get to speak with them, it's like that you felt offended because they don't look at you straight in the eye, not unlike in our time that when we talk with our teachers, we face them heads on. But students nowadays, at times when you talk to them, they are still busy tinkering with their mobile phones. And that is the prevalence of technology that is growing and unstoppable. And the attention of students are being taken away from what is expected according and beyond our expectations as teachers, as we are trained to do so, or as we have grown up in that kind of fashion. If you're going to apply this in the educational setting or academic or a teaching and learning setting, it is the same thing. You would observe that there are students when you deliver lectures are still holding their iPads or their tablets or their cell phone. That at times you get irritated, but when you go near to them, you would be surprised that what they're actually surfing is about your lesson. Is it that celebratory? At first, when I got to enter the university sometime 9 years ago, upon seeing that kind of trend among my students, I was as well taken aback. But little by little, I was able to embrace and accept the fact that technology is as well a friend of a teacher. Then I get comfortable to it. When I got comfortable to it, I would always make it sure that technology is very much integrated into the system and how I deliver or how I facilitate the teaching and the learning process. Most notably, the millennials today, according to the report, when what they are learning or when a content is delivered to them is highly engaging, they have the higher potential of paying attention, in which this is contrary to what we have been exposed to as we are technologically challenged individuals. But it is already a sheer cry of our students that every time we facilitate teaching, we need to consider as well their needs. So that consideration of the needs of our students would one of the many considerations of our students for them to learn efficiently is for them to learn side by side or alongside with the technology. And in that sense, we won't experience so much difficulties because they felt empowered, and then we get to provide them with less burden because it's like a principle nowadays that among millennials, knowledge would be always found at the tip of their fingers and connected to the availability of technology across the internet. So, whatever lessons, content, or topics or issues that you would like to make them learn, if you empower them to do an independent research or surfing the internet, they're very faceted. They are even sharing to me some information which I am not so abreast with. And that is very celebratory. There is a difference in the attention that can also be seen in the behavior in millennials compared to the other age groups that I pointed out a while ago. Uh, when you ask your students to take out their notebooks, do not expect them to take out Catleya, Advanced, Aspen notebooks like on our time. Um, you would be, if you would be surprised that they are taking out their tablets, their iPads, their cellular phones, or their laptops, or even I shall say MacBook or Mac Air like that. It's already expected of them. So what we have to do is to meet halfway with them. Instead of making technology as an enemy, we have to meet halfway to make technology as our friend. And then we ask our students to meet us halfway. And technology is really providing us with a good start of point, reference point, because we wanted to address that stringent trend of decreasing attention spans. And then there is the change in the attention trends that has also a tremendous impact on how instructors adjust their class and keep students engaged with the material. Having synchronous virtual classes would not only mean for the teachers to prepare a PowerPoint presentation that even you yourself as a teacher does not enjoy the presentation that you are actually presenting. This is not just a matter of having things delivered, but this is a matter of having things delivered with high quality or high class preparations, with the use of technology that you become adept to it, with the use of creativity. And this will all boils down to getting your students' attention or even making your attention as a teacher hooked to what you're doing. And that is already a formidable stance for a teacher in order for you to deliver what is not just expected of us, but what is highly, highly appreciated by most of us, and that is the quality of our work. And then lastly, these modern students want to be challenged and they value interaction. That is why I ask you to do the thumbs up. I ask you to share your number. I ask you to share your that theme song on the technological being that you are a while ago. Because despite that sometimes it's a little challenging to ask teachers that are technologically challenged, that they could not find the buttons or the icons, but when they feel engaged, they would as well look for resources or even ask assistance of those who are very adept into technology because they wanted to participate in sharing their thumbs up sign in our chat box. And it is as well a good opportunity of interaction. Therefore, it is a belief that we need to make our students engaged in the classroom setup or in the virtual classroom setup. In this way, as they feel empowered, they feel responsible to learn, and they are as well giving a lot of energy in order for them to be very productive on that particular time, in which for us to keep the attention of millennials, the content presented to them must have excellent visuals and dialogue, along with interesting storylines that will hold their attention. It's good to understand that teachers today should not only be lecturers, but they must be good storytellers. Because across the different age groups, even graduate school students would find it very pleasing to have a teacher who is a good storyteller, more so with the kindergarten pupils or the senior high school students or the baccalaureate degree students. They as well need to find someone who is both an educator and an entertainer. Educator in a way that it is very technical and philosophical or theoretical, and then an entertainer. So we coined the term edutainer. Okay? This young group cares more about the narrative and the visual nature of the content that interests them than other age groups. Okay, now let's take a look on how these different concepts were put into practice. Take a look that this is still Earl. Earl have invited high school students in our university, and then they prepared an exhibit about their lesson and then shared it to the ILS students, integrated laboratory students. It means they need to learn the content as social studies students. At the same time, they deliver that content for the high school students to learn the lesson, while Earl and together with his other classmates are learning the artistic and scientific way of teaching. It means they are practicing the pedagogy. Okay? And then this interactive task that I provided my student for them to come up with an exhibit is as well a promising picture to probably observe them in the afternoon or after the classes, that they become individuals who are more responsible of taking the challenge to provide the best quality expected from them, because they will be putting up an exhibit and they are as well inviting people from the university, students from the university, and even outside of the university. And that makes it very exciting for them to perform such challenging tasks. And then in my class, I do not believe that students are seated in an amphitheater type. I felt like that when they are seated in the amphitheater type, they are thinking about luscious things in front of me. Parang very challenging that their eyes are all set on me. So I'd rather have them done in different growth communities, in which having that growth communities, they are grouped and then arranged in different circles inside the classroom. And then it becomes more interactive. It becomes more relaxing for them to deliver the goods I am expecting from them. So, like in this picture, Marcus is using the internet together with his laptop, and then the others are using the Manila paper, the traditional materials, the traditional technology, if you allow me to say so. And then they are interacting because in the class discussion, one of the groups who happens to be the presenter asked them to come up with a written output to be presented before the class. So it keeps the students very, very engaged. And then this photo was taken when we had the travelogue. So social studies students, while in the first year taking the subject landscapes and places in the changing world, I assign them or make them choose one country to present, and then they present here the culture, the food, the dresses, the history, the geographical figures of a particular place. So it's like a role play. It's as well a mini show, and they're very much engaged into it. In this way, their different senses are well activated. They see what it is. They see what the country is all about through the presentation. They hear songs. They sing songs. They as well dance. They have a little taste test of the food. Pero ang mga food na ang gina-prepare na nila, ginabakal man lang na nila kay ini, Japan ini, no, nagbakal lang na sila sa SM sang ila nga ng Japanese maki. So ginpa-try man sa mga classmates nila. And what is it all about? It's not the essence if the food is originally made by a Japanese chef. No, it's about the experiences that they have something to tell that they have, though it may be a little mundane to say peke mana, pero they have the experience of what it is, of what a California Japanese maki is all about. And then the next one is a presentation of Kyla and Kela, and they are presenting Iceland. I do not expect them to wear the authentic attire, but they are very creative in doing so and very resourceful in doing so. That is why they were able to present their output beautifully before their classmates and before the crowd that they have invited. And these crowds are actually from different schools. And then I as well challenged them to produce a playlet, a short play, and it's entitled Baris. It is in cooperation with our anthropology class. And then I was able to see them doing a theatrical performance. And their creativity is really celebrated. Not only soft skills, but as well as their attention is strengthened as they get hooked to the product they're expected to produce. And then, as early as first year, I already exposed them to writing research, and then the research proposal was presented publicly, and they as well have invited a panel of experts in the person of our research director today and the professional education chair. And these experts in research have as well given them their suggestions for the students to improve their work. So it's a real thing. It's a real world experience. And then this photo is as well a presentation, one of the many segments in our class when Alona presented his proposition onto the so-called political landscape of Asia. And lastly, this is a picture in which they are brought to Asilo de Molo to have interaction with the older persons. And it is not only that their heads are being filled, but rather their hearts are as well softened, and they become more human and humane as social studies teacher. Okay, at this juncture, how is this running across and reaching towards research? One of the researches that I shared or I wrote is about the combination of multimedia aided instruction and the school on wheels or field trip in order to increase knowledge of students in Ilonggo cultural heritage sites. Why is it related to the attention span of students? If I could have just lectured about Ilonggo cultural heritage, they could have been sleeping like sleeping beauties, correct? However, I made an ingenious plan. Why not bringing them to the different cultural heritage site to visit? And then to reinforce it, I am going to use a multimedia aided instruction for them to get a good grip of the technicalities of it. Because in the field trip, despite that they are experiencing the real thing, but there would be some areas that I think that they would as well uh, not get, unlike in the closed door classroom setting. Okay, so I have here a research on making students' attention span improved. And specifically, it's all about increasing students' knowledge in the context of Ilonggo cultural heritage sites with the use of field trip or school on wheels and multimedia aided instruction. Kindly enjoy the presentation.
Local cultural heritage tells millions of stories. As these stories are unique, they pose a big challenge for students to remember every detail. As literature related to students' historical and architectural knowledge on local cultural heritage remains scarce, this study was undertaken as a reminder that local cultural heritage is our link to the past and our compass for the future. This study is entitled School on Wheels and Multimedia Aided Instructions as Mediators of Students' Local Cultural Heritage Knowledge. It determines students' local cultural heritage knowledge on history and architecture. Moreover, this study sought answers on these two research questions. The intervention in this action research were school on wheels and multimedia aided instruction. The multimedia aided instruction is grounded on David Ausubel's meaningful learning theory that allows to expand, modify, and elaborate ideas in an expository manner in meaningful fashion and relate students' learning to prior knowledge. 5 multimedia aided presentations were prepared and duly validated by panel of experts. They were packaged with texts, colors, graphical images, animation, audio sound, and full motion video of the local cultural heritage sites. On the other hand, the School on Wheels, anchored on Carl Rogers' experiential learning theory, strengthens the significance of field trips for students' personal change and growth. The School on Wheels was an on-site lecture and visit to the different local cultural heritage sites located among the 7 districts of the city. There were 60 participants determined through Slovene's formula. The fishbowl technique was used in randomly choosing the participants. A 40-item duly validated researcher-made local cultural heritage questionnaire was used. It included 20 items for historical knowledge and 20 items for architectural knowledge. 1 point was given to every correct answer of this multiple choice questionnaire. The participants were exposed to the treatment for 8 weeks. It started in the second week of January until the third week of February 2019. Pre-test and post-test were given. Students' answers were checked, tabulated, computed, and recorded. Students' historical and architectural knowledge were interpreted using this scale. The SPSS was the computer software used for the data analysis. Frequency counts, means, standard deviations, and the t-test for related samples were utilized and set at 0.05 level of significance. Students have prior knowledge about the historical significance of the different cultural heritage sites. Through the books they read and stories shared by people, perhaps guaranteed a moderate historical knowledge. However, on-site visits to heritage sites perhaps influenced the high historical knowledge in the post-test. Their historical knowledge improved as they became interested and entertained by the multimedia presentations, which paved the way for a lively discussion in the learning of historical events. Students may find it difficult to understand the architectural designs as they only read those from the book. Perhaps they learned by memorizing the verbatim definition of technical terms. Forgetting those when taking tests perhaps contributed to their moderate level of architectural knowledge. Shifted to high level may be brought by their actual observation of the building designs and teachers' additional information given during the school on wheels. The inclusion of promotional videos in the multimedia aided instructions may have also made them closely appreciate architectural designs. The significant difference in students' historical knowledge might be influenced by the natural learning opportunities provided by the school on wheels and the use of multimedia aided instruction which they enjoyed. School on Wheels made them learn history beyond the four walls of the classroom. Likewise, the use of multimedia aided instruction in the teaching of local cultural heritage was perhaps the most appreciated teaching strategy aside from the traditional lecture method. The significant difference in students' architectural knowledge perhaps gave them opportunities to closely observe and appreciate heritage buildings, old houses, churches, and museums. Students likely have broadened their architectural knowledge in seeing simple to intricate wall carvings, roof designs, and decorative pillars which strengthened their understanding of architectural terms. With multimedia aided instructions, architectural designs came very handy as they were closely shown during class discussions as much as it has high entertainment value. Local cultural heritage knowledge, without a doubt, is enhanced by technology and experiential teaching and learning activities. As teaching is considered both a science and an art, it is highly demanded for teachers to be artistic and scientific in facilitating learning. With this, students would learn more as they are immersed into experiences that are entirely meaningful while speaking the language of technology. In one way or another, increasing students' historical and architectural knowledge of our local cultural heritage is a step forward in raising cultural heritage awareness of the younger generation and generations to come. Our
Okay, there you see a presentation in which I was able to look into two of the many tools or strategies that could be incorporated in making our students hooked in the discussion for them to learn what we are providing them. And solving attention span problem would require teachers to think deeply on what strategies that we can use. And I have discovered that field trip or museum visits, or we may call it school on wheels, together with multimedia aided instructions, could be one or two of the many keys for them to learn Ilonggo cultural heritage, history, and architectural knowledge, or increase their knowledge onto this field. Because productivity is never an accident. It is always the result of a commitment to excellence, intelligent planning, and focused effort. As once said by Paul J. Mayer. Okay. And the fourth idea, which I would like you to learn about, is on facilitating learning versus teaching. What do we mean by this? There is a wealth of information found at our fingertips. Students nowadays have a lot of equipment, a lot of tools in order for them to discover knowledge. And in that way, we need to remember that we have to invest ourselves into that idea that they could as well learn independently with the proper motivation that we teachers could provide them. And secondly, we need to remember that teachers would function in a very facilitative role. It means we don't get the limelight from our student. Our job is to help our students to understand how to learn, how to love, and how to uncover and understand the information that they discover for themselves. In other words, we do not impose to them. So instead of teaching them, we facilitate that they will learn. Moreover, we learn how to foster conversation. We need to talk to them. We need to provide them an opportunity of creating or building a situation, learning situation where values, cooperation, and teamwork are very evident. That's why we do group works. That's why we allow students to learn as a group. That's the basic reason why we organize different class groupings, because this is one of the many tools for us to facilitate learning. And this is not a picture of what we call imposing teaching to students. And teachers will also, we will also find ourselves in a position to receive immediate feedback on our teaching effectiveness. In the Jurassic time of our time as well, likely our teachers were just simply dispensing knowledge. Who even care if we do not understand the lesson, as long as they were able to finish the content at the end of a 15-minute period class? But today, we are already very or highly expected to become informal or non-formal evaluators or assessors of learning. We become more sensitive that every time we see that our students get to have their get to frown or raise their eyebrows, we become sensitive to that, and we pick up that moment in order for us to reflect onto the way and how we facilitate the learning process of our students. So it means if we see our students shrugging their shoulders or scratching their head or raising their eyebrows, or when they get to recite, they are starting to lower their voice, it's already an instant instance for you to stop for a while and reflect on how you can help as a teacher to facilitate learning, because we are not supposed to um, deny the fact that there is something, or there is an irregularity happening. So we need to take a pause, because we are facilitators and not just teachers. And then we need to focus more on student development rather than simply the delivery of knowledge. Or else, there is no difference between a teacher or a facilitator to something like a magazine that everything is included in there, and that depends on you and what paragraph are you going to read, which in fact all the paragraphs there in the magazine are very important to create a whole picture of what the magazine is telling about. Basically, the best teachers will be those who can help students take ownership of their learning. It means guide them, facilitate learning, facilitate that episode for the students to learn, or else it's still a matter of a performance or a delivery expected of us, that we need to finish the 50-minute period because that's what expected of us. There is no touch of creativity, or there is no human touch of it. Let's take a look into how these would come into picture. These are social studies students whom I asked to register in a free online conference, and we were able to join all together last three Sundays ago. And then they were able to meet researchers, professional researchers actually, practitioners from Bangladesh, this one. Yes, Dr. Farhana is a researcher from Bangladesh, and then Dr. Sarwar is a researcher from Pakistan, and then same with Dr. Chudari from India. And these are all professional researchers or professional teachers. And then these people around are social studies students who joined the International Research Conference. So they were able to gain the link for themselves to get a personal and professional development for themselves. Aside from joining the research conference, I as well make my students available to join the research conference, not as an observer or an attendee, but rather as research presenters. Like in this case, this is Hannah Palencia. She is a second-year student. And then the other one is Lester Magno, also a second-year student. And this one is Rodel Pasit. And then the last one is Hart Milieso. When they join research conferences, they as well present their paper or the research paper. Actually, the research paper that they have were just simply polished when last year, because I have seen the potential of making it improve to have it presented in different national and international conferences. And then the researches that they have, the unimproved yet, were actually product of our class when they were asked to write one, which is actually not polished yet, but as of this time, it's already a well-polished thing. And actually, these 4 fellows, despite that they are just in the second year, I already trained them to write the publisher from Nigeria, and then to help them have their papers published. And hopefully that by November, we could already hear good news from a Nigerian publisher. And it would be another experience for them. So from writing down to joining the conference, down to the presentation, and until the publication, it's a matter of assisting them. Okay? And then one of my students happens to be a very good assistant in the field of research. And she is in the 3rd year right now. Her name is Kelly Herbuela. And then I make her join my presentation. And every time we present this research paper that I've already published, I asked her that we will be using her video, and then she have already gained 3 certificates as a presenter of this research study, and I even lost in the best research presenter once, because she was the first runner up and I was the second or the third placer in the best presentation. And it would now tell that there is a facilitator behind, not just a teacher. And I would like to share to you her presentation, that you could as well make use of this to be inspired in training your students as well to do so, and even making your students see the output of Kelly, that they could as well be inspired of breaking that notion that joining international conferences would be a horrible experience. It would be a promising experience. Okay, let us watch the presentation of Kelly, but I will not just finish it. What I would like you to see is that because of good facilitation of knowledge or facilitating learning, there would be the emergence of good students or helping students develop their skills more.
The COVID-19 pandemic compelled educational institutions to adopt new modes of instructional delivery. Webinars became one of the popular educational tools in learning and sharing knowledge. From webinars, students learn relevant knowledge and lifelong skills at the comfort of their homes, especially reflective thinking. Therefore, providing social studies students with opportunities to be reflective thinkers like joining webinars can promote a culture of reflection towards student development. These visions in mind motivated the conduct of this study entitled Students' Views from Webinars, a Qualitative Study. It describes social studies students' reflective thinking in joining webinars and provided inputs for the integration of webinars in relation to teaching and learning. The researchers utilized a qualitative narrative analysis design and a semi-structured question following the 6 stages of Graham Gibbs' reflective model to reveal students' descriptions, feelings, analysis, evaluation, conclusions, and actions brought by their experiences in joining webinars. Data were systematically gathered and analyzed from 6 informants who were chosen through proposal sampling. Ethical considerations were highly considered to meet utmost confidentiality. Pseudonyms therefore were assigned to participants to safeguard their identity. Moreover, a set of inclusion criteria was considered in the selection process. In-depth interviews and focus group discussions were employed. Critical analysis of literature and studies, field notes, transcriptions, memos, and diagrams were useful in getting significant findings. To describe social studies students' reflective thinking and joining webinars, 6 important themes were included. These were first, simple yet deep descriptions. Second, humble yet genuine feelings. Third, objective yet heartfelt evaluation. Fourth, patchy yet holistic analysis. Fifth, innovative yet personal conclusions. And sixth, firm yet purposeful action.
Okay, so this is an example in which I trained Kelly to have a good presentation in a research conference, in which every time I join the conference using this research study, it is her video that I am utilizing. And every time she joins, she gets the certificate as well, and even hailed as the best presenter, or the second place as best presenter in one of the many conferences that I joined, or that we joined. So facilitating is more important than teaching itself, because we allow our students to bloom according to their own advantages, or let's say they bloom according to their own capacity. And we do not force them to become someone else, but rather to celebrate their individuality. And in that sense, they become more successful as it becomes a part of the reflective process of getting to learn more or deeply about themselves and to the capacity as well and the potentials that they can do more in life. Okay, so basically the summary of this fourth idea which I am sharing to you is this: the fundamental purpose of schooling is learning and not teaching. Or if we are going to rephrase it, the fundamental purpose of school is for them to celebrate learning or to get equipped and not just simply focus on to the teacher's standpoint, which is to teach. Okay, this was said by Richard Dufour. Now, the last idea which I would like to present to you is lifelong learning trend. What is this all about? We are not supposed to suffice ourselves in believing that education that we earned in the first half of our lives, of our professional career, will be all and the perpetual need for the rest of our working lives, but rather it is just a pinch of salt in order for us to launch ourselves to be in the real world of work, to be in the real world of learning, or to be in the real world of facilitating knowledge. So it is always said to be a, a starting point of making things happen. So it's not the end of everything, but it is just a starting point of everything. In this way, there are different colleges, there are different universities that create self-development mindset for their students as well as their faculty and staff. That's why we keep our students to be exposed in practicum or in field trips or in rethinking about retooling ourselves and then revisiting the curriculum the course syllabus, and then crafting a new curriculum and making the students involved in student activities to do research, community extension, and so on. And these are just some of the few that I can mention beyond the ocean of activities that could be an opportunity of lifelong learning. And then the third one is that we believe that the classroom must leave opportunities for teaching self-learning skills so that students can continue to learn and engage in their chosen field. It means self-development. And then the fourth one is for the schools to remain connected with their alumni throughout their careers. So we make tracer studies of our alumni and how they are successful nowadays. And the last one is for us to settle in the idea that continual learning courses will keep students engaged with the new development in their own field. So it means constant updating. Why? Professionals, to remain competitive, should constantly reskill themselves. After earning a degree, ongoing learning must continue. Take a look. How do I do it? Number one is in teaching, we involve parents because we are partners with them. How do we go about it? I ask them to join the recollection or the retreat of my students. So they get to hear the stories of their children, and then students get to hear the story of their parents, and it's a good interaction. So with the power of having organized a retreat with a minimal expense, parent involvement is made possible. The second one is through community involvement. How do we go about with it? I ask my graduate school students to organize community extension activities in line with the subject that they are taking on that particular semester. So they go to the community, they talk to the community, and then they learn from the stories of the community and integrate the stories that they got from the community to deeply or better understand the theoretical concepts that we learn in our particular course. Just like in this one, this house is just adjacent to our own house, which actually, if you go to Barangay Airport, you would no longer find this because this was all translated into ashes after the fire tragedy last Friday. But the story of this Lola to the graduate school students would linger, that have in one way or another contributed to the better understanding of these students in their subject, culture, and personality. The third one is the alumni involvement. In 2018, the Social Studies Organization organized the first ever alumni homecoming. Some of my students were a little disappointed to have learned that there were only 26 alumni came over. However, I told them that it's for us to see the brighter side of things, that we have organized and then have made 26 alumni to come home, and then we met them. Upon meeting them, that's already a celebration to see the seniors in the organization who provided us with a good backbone. And then we learned that these are all successful individuals like Dr. Cabalifin, attorney Dennis Ventilacion, and a lot more. So this becomes the inspiration of the undergrad students and the graduate school students, that they have social studies alumni who are big personalities in the society today. And then one of my many friends who happens to be a successful photographer, and he is right now onto his final stage of his dissertation writing and photography. And he offers services to training social studies students in photography skills. And then the other one, this is the good friend of mine who works in the United States of America. Her name is Miss Cristina Senosa. And every time he comes home to the Philippines and then gets to visit the university that I work with, she delivers a lecture to the social studies students. So the involvement of alumni is indeed a great value for making the students learn the lifelong learning skills that we expect from them. And then the last one is our international linkage, international linkages. So in 2016, we brought different students to Kampeng Pet Rajabat University, and this was a setting in the night market in which students were able to learn Thai culture in the public market through a night market. And then they learned about the beauty of the technology being integrated in the educational system of the Thai university. And they were so at awe because it's very advanced. Their media center, their library is very advanced. And then we as well exposed students to ASEAN leadership camp in a environmental resort in Kampeng Pet, and they were able to integrate themselves and learn cultures of people from Burma, from Korea, from Singapore, Malaysia, and Indonesia together with their Thai counterparts. So parent involvement, community involvement, alumni involvement, and the involvement of international linkages would in one way or another provide learners to have that lifelong skills. Moreover, onto my own personal context, in order to advance myself, I looked into this picture in which the University of the Philippines, Baguio, and Museo de Caldera invited me to a training, a one-year training on museum management. And then in February last year, in 2021, I was lucky, or I don't know if I'm going to call it a lucky time, that one of my friends invited me to join their meeting because there is a 500 years of Christianity in the Philippines. It's a celebration of the different parishes that they are going to come up with a museum. So I make that experience from UP training to be applied in putting up this Museo de Santa Ana Parish Museum in Molo, Iloilo City. So I was only given 2 weeks in order to stage the exhibit. And until today, the museum is still going on. However, this coming March 19, we are going to reopen it together with our exhibit for the Lenten celebration. So one of the many things that I keep myself on retooling is my effort of being the so-called museum curator, my personal and professional efforts. And then on the other side, this one is being a cultural worker. Being a cultural worker is very challenging because you get to deliver lectures to different set of people, bring them to the different heritage sites, and then provide them with a good lecture of what the heritage site is all about. However, two of the many places that I truly master in making a very good story retelling is Casa Marikit, which is a part of my dissertation in the PhD. And then the other one is the Museo de Santa Ana, which I am serving as the museum curator. Despite or amid and beyond the pandemic, I think this is where my heart goes well and makes me feel so fulfilled that after a very taxing lecture, upon seeing the beautiful smiles of the different visitors, guests, or the clients, I am indeed convinced that being a cultural worker is providing me with a lifelong learning opportunity. And then the next one is for me to call myself as a wandering doctor to keep my sanity intact. One of the many things that I do if there are opportunities given to me is to travel in different places, see things, and then integrate what I have observed and what I've learned from different places to my own discussion, to not only to my undergraduate student, but as well in the graduate school students. I would like you to turn your attention in this picture why I was wearing a female Korean attire. It is not because that I am cultural blasphemous individual. However, I tried wearing the male Korean attire, but I was not so happy at all. Then I asked permission from the cultural caretaker of a particular heritage site in Seoul. I asked her if I could wear the woman costume, and then she told me, then I was so happy. What is the logic behind? If I could have only then worn the costume of the male, Korean male costume, then I won't have a story to tell on how to wear a Korean dangi or a hanbok. That's why I wear both, that I could tell how it is to wear for the female hanbok or dangi, and the other one is the attire, traditional attire of the male Koreans. So it has a dual purpose, and other as well cultural attires that I've experienced, which I was not able to include it here. Okay. So I'm wondering, in order for me to learn, and as a lifelong learner, I make use and put it into lectures that they as well, or the listeners as well, could benefit from. And then as a researcher, in which I indulge myself in this endeavor because it's very demanding to be in the university, and I truly knew that you are as well experiencing the same insanity that I have, which the moment that you immerse yourself into research, then it becomes an opportunity for you to improve yourself. It becomes a lifelong endeavor of writing and then creating links with other people to work with you, or even meeting people through the different research articles that they submit when you become a reviewer and even an editor-in-chief. So I'm sharing this to you, that there is a journal on the International Journal for Arts and Humanities Studies, in which I am the editor-in-chief, and it's based in London. And I have already made several publications, and my students' work as well included in this journal, and being as well as the associate editor of ISRA's EJAS, but it's based in India. So research becomes life for everyone nowadays. And then, as a cultural heritage worker and keeping my sanity intact, I am sharing to you this video for you to appreciate one of the beautiful heritage sites here in Iloilo, which is a cultural heritage house found in Haro. And then this one here is a video presentation which I submitted to the National Commission for the Culture and the Arts when I was invited as a presenter in the Sali Cultura in December. And I would like to share the story of this house to everyone for you to appreciate that. If you have time to come over to Iloilo City, feel free to contact me, and I am very much willing to bring you to this house and give you a lecture on this, which actually it's more of a storytelling. Okay, please take a look and then enjoy the video before we finally wrap things up.
In honor of the Javillana Lopez family, stories about Mariit nga Luno, inherited by his first grandchild Mariquit Javillana, having a bulada that runs the entire length of the house, business, charitable works. Our culture serves as a fabric of lives, embellished with our traditions and, more importantly, our identity as a nation. The threads that make up this fabric are our tangible and intangible culture. This rich yet delicate fabric we shall protect and preserve for us and for our children's children, lest we end up naked and stripped of our identity as Filipinos and I as an Ilonggo. I have traveled far and wide in appreciating different UNESCO heritage sites in different parts of the world. However, I feel empty every time I come home, as I'm haunted by the tagline, I am Iloilo, proud to be Ilonggo. Banwa ko, bugal ko, my city, my pride. Our cultural heritage is our link to the past amidst the rapid development. As it is our compass for the future, it provides reasons to create a legacy, my legacy, our legacy. Good day. May I present to the world Casa Mariquit as a reflection of Ilonggo elite culture, a thread in this delicate fabric of our tangible culture. Don Julio Javillana y Quimbiol made a fortune in banking and money lending. Thus, he built a house reflecting Ilonggo elite lifestyle, making it the first family bank in Iloilo, and from the bricks that his own factory manufactured. Inherited by his first grandchild Mariquit Javillana, her life is devoted to charitable works. Her genteel character and passion in the field of arts is a reflection of an Ilongga with a heart. Her husband, Fernando Lopez, whose name resounds in the world of politics, ushered Ilonggos to a lifestyle of service for the betterment not only of Iloilo, but of the whole Philippines, thus making him an icon of Ilonggo politics. With his brand of leadership, he is indeed our president that we never had. One of their children is the famous Junji Lopez, whose lifestyle in the field of recreation such as cockfighting and brushing elbows with sportsmen and movie star showed the lifestyle of Ilonggo philanthropy. Robert Pocket Jr. continued his forefather's legacy. His effort on renewable energy magnified Ilonggo's elite lifestyle in the area of energy consumption and social environmental responsibility. With this, Ilonggos of tomorrow will also inherit the glorious past that he likewise inherited. The Javelianas and the Lopezes lived an affluent life, even if in their deaths, they assured that their elite status is reflected by their mausoleums. Business, charitable works, politics, recreation, and energy consumption are hallmarks of Ilonggo elite lifestyle, reflected by the Javeliana and Lopez families of Casa Marikina.
Okay. So this one is an example of the many things that I do in which it tells of a lifelong learning process. Despite that you were already on the highest educational level that you have achieved, yet there is a continuation of the many noble tasks that you need to continue because it provides you with a great sustenance of being a cultural worker and at the same time a researcher, a lecturer, an administrator, and so on. So you need to find that core that you truly love in order for you to let your life continue beyond your PhD.
Stories.
Okay, so I would like to end that fifth part, with this saying from Mahatma Gandhi: live as if you were to die tomorrow and learn as if you were to live forever. So there are 5 concepts which I presented to you, in which those would be the 5 most important trends in issues that we are facing and we will continue to face amid and beyond the pandemic. Okay? Everyone, let's get ready. After listening to a lecture, I would like you to take the quiz. It's an alternate response quiz. I would like you to read and analyze the statement carefully and then key in the word true if the idea is correct and false if otherwise in our chat box. Okay? Get ready. Item number 1. Key in true if the statement is correct and false if otherwise. Since the intelligent teacher is the star of the class discussion, students become the sage at the center stage. Kindly key in your answer. Thank you, Ma'am Emma, Luisito, Ma'am Virgie, Maria Arlene, Antoinette, Marlon, Diadem. Yes, very good. Very good. Yes, Ma'am Edna. Okay, so the correct answer, very good. You listened carefully and then you really pushed yourself to reach this far. The teachers are considered as the guide at the side, while learners are the star of the learning process. Take note, since the intelligent teacher is the star of the class discussion, students become the sage at the center stage. If this one in the blue box is the explanation and your answer is correct, and your answer is true, the correct answer is false. Even if the teacher is the most intelligent being in the entire universe or in the world, they are considered as the guide at the side, and the students are the star or the focus of the learning process, and they are at the center stage. Can you follow? Okay. Better luck next time. Second, number 2, soft skills can be exemplified by the heart of education is the education of the heart. Soft skills can be exemplified by the heart of education is the education of the heart. Okay, go. Key in your answer, true or false. Yes, Antoinette, Sybil, true, true. Yes, very good. Okay, let's take a look into the explanation. Soft skills can encompass cognitive, affective, and psychomotor domains of learning. With this, the correct answer for this item number 2 is true. Okay, very good, everyone. You got the correct answer. Okay, item number 3. Item number 3, life starts after finishing a PhD degree. True or false? Remember the concept. Most of your answers are false. Or probably shall I say, that depends on the way and how you see life itself or the degree itself. But let's put it into proper perspective according to the lecture that we have just listened to appreciate the context of it. Life starts after finishing a PhD degree. After finishing a PhD degree, learning continues to keep abreast with the new trends of profession. The correct answer is true. Got it? So there would be a joke in saying that life starts from the conception to resurrection or from womb to tomb and etc. But this one is a highlighted one of after the PhD degree. Then there is also life before the PhD degree. There is as well a critical life during the PhD and even a more exciting life after you have assumed or earned the degree. So the correct answer is true. Okay? Thank you very much for being very attentive. Lastly, before I leave, I would like to share this line that you may as well appreciate on how I guide myself with my teaching. And I would always share in saying it. I have a cultural mission and a philanthropic vocation as I teach social studies for the understanding of culture and establishing lifelong friendships by serving the least, the last, and the lost of the society, just as evident on what I do in the past or what I did in the past. Throughout my professional and personal journey, tacit prowess, unequivocal tolerance, lifelong learning, and sublime versatility bloomed in me with a confidently beautiful heart. And I thank you.
Okay, so there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much to our speaker, Dr. John Erwin Prado Pedroso. Guwapa-guwapa, di ba? And yes, Dr. John Erwin Pedroso is a faculty at West Visayas State University, La Paz, Iloilo City. By the way, just to remind you guys, 4-year certificates for this online webinar. For this webinar, you may facilitate it with uh, Rome, Doc Rome Moralista, and you may find him on Facebook. Maybe we can put this Facebook name on the chat box later on, so it will be easy for you guys to remember. So you may message him online, and you may send in your proof of payment through GCash as well there. Or if you're somewhere near Guimaras, you can pay him a visit at the Guimaras State College, and you can look for him in which department? International linkages. Yes, international linkages. So you may ask for his whereabouts there to claim your certificates. All right. So okay pa kamuda, guys? Okay pa? Kamusta kamuda? I'm looking at the chat box right now and checking your answers. Checking your response kung okay pa kamuda. So I want to say hi sa mga kagina pa nag-upod sa aton. To all of our participants since this morning. So thank you so much for staying with us. And we're getting closer to the end of our webinar actually. So I guess we're ready for the next one. Ready now? Are you guys ready for the next speaker? Okay, let me see in the chat box if you can respond that you are ready. You type ready if you are ready. Yes, I can see, yes, sir, ready? Ayun, alive na alive. All right, we're actually on our last speaker for our webinar action. So let me just introduce you, our next speaker. Our next speaker is a campus administrator at the ISCOF Barotac Nuevo Campus, Iloilo. And our speaker will be talking about in-depth analysis on quarantine research. Sorry, quantitative. Okay, sorry, I stand corrected. Quantitative research. So, ladies and gentlemen, get ready. Our next speaker is Dr. Michael B. Dizon.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Is my slide visible? Am I audible? Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon, Dr. Dizon. We can hear you right now. Welcome to our webinar.
Thank you, Sir Nico, for that introduction. First, I'd like to thank the Guimaras State College Graduate School, headed by their Dean, Dr. Martir. Of course, I'd like to thank also the President of GSC, Dr. Pareño, Dr. Catalan, the Vice President for Academic Affairs, and to the participants this afternoon. I think we have students, graduate school students, faculty who are present today. So I'd like to greet everyone a pleasant afternoon. So thank you to GSC and the Ayoril Learning Development Center for the invitation to talk regarding, actually the topic given to me is quarantine research. I sent a message to Dr. Moralista yesterday and clarified this matter. In mind, it's really quantitative research. But I told him if it's really quarantine research, it's more on experimental, or it's a clinical research. It's very limited, but I try my best since I prepared something a little about quarantine research and introduction, and a portion of this, or the last portion of the presentation, would be about quantitative research, a new perspective in writing quantity research, which is actually helpful, especially for graduate school students. So I understand that there are a lot of graduate school students who are present this afternoon. I think for GSC, this is a requirement for all students, graduate school students. I'm also teaching in the graduate school of ISCOF, teaching research and statistics, data analysis and interpretation. Okay. So research is very close to my heart. So this subject actually pushed me to pursue my degree or PhD in research at Silliman University. And I can say that I really learned a lot about research, most especially quantitative and qualitative. There are a lot of dichotomies of research, like we have quantity and qualitative research. We have experimental and non-experimental. Yes, those are examples. But actually, if we're to try to look at these different dichotomies of research, we can say that in terms of format, in terms of writing, it's more on institutional. So with respect, I will just present to you what I have learned, and I hope you will learn something this afternoon. But of course, we also respect the format might be, or the policies and guidelines of the Guimaras State College in terms of research or master's or dissertation writing. Okay. So you have in-depth analysis on quarantine research. So the state universities and colleges, if you are connected with SOCS, responded to, or it responded in various ways to the call for a stronger research orientation in response to the policies and guidelines of the Commission on Higher Education that mandates, or that are largely geared towards the improvement of research productivity. So if you've tried to read the literature, Galeotto mentioned that research is really a fundamental aspect. It is an essential aspect of assessment for academic positions. So it's very important, not only for students, but also for teachers who are actually, especially those who are in higher education institutions. So if you try to check the trust and priority areas of the Higher Education Development Fund, we can see that 40% of that is allotted for quality and excellence, and one of its priority areas is actually the higher education research. So that is how important research is. And if we try to look at the program areas, you can also see research enhancement and capability building. This is actually both for students and faculty. So this is very important. So 40% of that. So along with that is our access to equity, which is 25%. We have efficiency and effectiveness, 20%. And we have relevance and responsiveness, which is 50%. So a very big portion of the Higher Education Development Fund is allotted really for research, which is a priority area of the Commission on Higher Education. So this is very important. Now this webinar, this one-day webinar on continuity of teaching and learning amid and beyond crisis, one of your topics is actually in-depth analysis, and it's good that I can introduce a new perspective in writing. If you've attended last, I don't know if one speakership of mine, which is actually one topic assigned to me, is the new perspective in writing quantitative research. So actually, I am encouraging, especially even my school, to adopt the new trend, or the new perspective in writing quantity research. So I encourage them to, especially in the graduate school, to adopt the new way of writing research. Okay. So we have these learning continuity challenges experienced by educational institutions amid the onset of the COVID-19 health crisis. And if you can see that that in the light of global emergency, government across the globe. So I want you to want to direct you to the slides, to my slides. So our government enacted varying degrees of quarantine and lockdown procedures in the in 2020 with the goal of mitigating the spread of the disease. So thus preventing the respective healthcare system from exceeding capacity and capability. Our government, or in the Philippines, our response to this health crisis involved initially imposing a month-long enhanced community quarantine procedure. And part of the measure included the suspension of regular face-to-face classroom sessions for all students enrolled in educational institutions covered by the quarantine declaration. However, there is already a joint memorandum or joint circular by the Department of Health and the Commission on Higher Education, which is actually number 2021-004, with regards to these are the guidelines actually, and the policies and guidelines in the implementation of the limited face-to-face classes among educational institutions. So I think our schools, even DepEd, state universities and colleges, private and public schools are now preparing for these limited face-to-face classes. So as such, the measure induced varying responses from different public and private institutions, ranging from adopting temporary class suspensions, granting of mass promotion for students, or transitioning into virtual classroom environments. So various concerns have been raised for nearly all of the approaches taken by different institutions. Now, one that captures, researchers or the interest of researchers, us, or teachers, even students, is online learning environments. So this is actually in relevance to your topic today, which is the learning continuity challenges. So I think this is one source of a research topic, especially those who are currently enrolled in their maybe a master's thesis or dissertation in the graduate school. Now I want to refer you all to the key terms on quarantine in the context of COVID-19. So when we say quarantine, those are individuals who have been exposed to a communicable disease and who are separated from others for the duration of the disease incubation period. However, this quarantine offers us, so during the quarantine, even the start of this pandemic, early in 2020, this crisis offers us the possibility for highly controlled research into the development and transition of COVID-19. So it is an intrusion. I'm referring to the quarantine itself on individual rights, violation of our individual rights, and thus raises ethical concerns and requires compelling justifications to be used. That is why I always emphasize, even in amongst my students, to really be particular about the ethical considerations. I think you have taken already that, and I think your research professors discussed already about the ethics in. I think we have 4 areas along that topic. No, if you can still remember, one is actually respondent relationship. We need to consider that. We have respondent researcher relationship. So those are examples. So it is expected that all of you are already familiar with the ethical considerations in writing a paper or a thesis or a dissertation. Okay. So there are practical and ethical considerations for quarantine research, or let me say, or a quantitative research. So these are the principles of ethics and human rights, which actually should be taken into account when planning quarantine interventions. And researchers, and I think all of us are researchers, we should take note of this. We should take time to reflect on ethical issues before designing our studies. So before, it's just easy to say and to write that in your data gathering, or for example, in your chapter 3, to do this and to do that before you will conduct your paper or your study or your research, you will do this. But nowadays, really have to check. That's why we encourage if I have to speak, I really want to encourage all research units to come up with that research and evaluation committee to check every paper, no, especially in the graduate school. So in order to better understand the cultural, political, economic, and geographic factors, rapid assessment, no, meaning the current situation of the local context may be evaluated, both the drivers to effective quarantine and the potential barriers to a negative impact of quarantine in a given location. And such information would help in the design of the most appropriate measures, taking into account the potential economic, social, and psychosocial impacts on both general populations and specific population groups. So we can also, this is also a good source of a topic, like we can have a cultural impact, we have a political, we have economic, and we have geographical. So all of this can be included if you are the researcher in the rapid assessment on the local context or an area, if you want to know or determine the current situation. No, it's very important. That is very important. Okay. So for practical and ethical considerations for quantum research, the health and well-being of participants and researchers should take priority over research timeliness and thesis and dissertation, the deadlines. No, so you can read in that paragraph. So while it may be possible to change your interviews from face-to-face to online interviews, researchers should consider whether asking people to participate in research at this time will put them under any additional unnecessary stress. For example, attempting to conduct online interviews with health professionals would most likely to be inappropriate in the current context because we need to follow the health protocols. So furthermore, if you are thinking and modify your method of data collection, that is specifically that is part of your chapter 3, you should ensure you inform your ethics committee beforehand. That's why it's very important that you have a college research and evaluation committee, or your school should have a university research and evaluation committee to check the paper prior to the maybe a pre-oral defense or a concept defense. No, so your paper must be checked, no, by the committee in terms of the ethical considerations. So we have Nicholas stated that research conducted on people in quarantine can produce important scientific information, but poses distinct ethical challenges. So we are talking actually the ethics in research. No, I am talking about research, and I have mentioned a while ago about your relationship with your co-researcher, your relationship with your respondents, no, and other relationship that we need to consider in writing our paper. Okay. So we have ramifications or the consequences of quarantine, the implications to research. So as I have mentioned, you can have social impact. So topics along that line or area, maybe the acceptability of any intervention, the patterns of interactions, or maybe practices affected, along with psychosocial impact. So there are numerous factors that influence well-being and mental health. So maybe you can study, if you will try to finish really psychological distress be correlated with mental health, and later on be correlated with maybe job performance or work performance. So these are topics along with that psychosocial, no, as part of, because there are actually effects of quarantine like social, psychosocial, and then we have the economic. So it's very important, not only with that attributes that you will find a topic or any source of topic, but also these are actually areas where you can consider in choosing your independent variables, no, especially if your study is quantitative research. Okay. So how can qualitative researchers collect data during social distancing measures? I think you are all familiar about this. So we have, I think, we have data generation techniques. If we refer to, if researchers generate data, these are actually generation techniques. But if we utilize like the available the data or text that are already in existence, like for example, yung mga political speeches, We have blogs, but we are discouraged, data taken from blogs. Now, those are examples actually of text, no, that are already in existence. So we call this a data sampling technique. No. So these techniques may be particularly appropriate during the coronavirus crisis or pandemic, but researchers should take time to reflect on ethical issues before redesigning your or our studies. So these crisis affects the way we go about conducting our research, and many scholars are having to suspend data collection or redesign their projects or research project, taking into account social distancing measures. Very difficult. Now, my study, my dissertation in Silliman, actually, then since I consider, I think I finished that last year. So my respondents are actually all senior high school in the entire province of Iloilo. So it's very hard, to really reach out students, especially our we are actually on DepEd is now on the modular learning approach. But I did my best, to really push hard to finish my dissertation on time. So I made it. But for qualitative research, typically relies on face-to-face interaction for data collection through interviews. We have focus group discussions. These are actually methods for qualitative and field work. But there are numerous ways researchers can collect qualitative data online. So you can reach out your respondents through your messenger. You can create, actually a design, a tool in the web to really reach out to respondents, or for example, teachers or group teachers or students for that particular study. So, or you may gather textual data that already exists. So I've mentioned that a while ago. Those are included in the data sampling technique. Okay. So for social science research during a pandemic, a review of studies, these are examples. On the slide, that slide, I give you examples of the different studies in the perspective, in the social studies perspective, or in the context of social science. So one is exploratory study on psychosocial consequences of mandatory quarantine during the COVID-19 pandemic. Another is an exploratory research on emergency response online classes during community quarantine. You have their experiences of persons in COVID-19 institutional quarantine, a cross-sectional study on psychological impact of COVID-19 isolation and quarantine. You have there the impact of the COVID-19 quarantine on children's perceived psychological distress and changes in routine. Second to the last, the effect of COVID-19 quarantine on the sleep quality and the depressive symptom levels of university students, or maybe college students, and the mental health impact of quarantine on university students. My next slide will introduce you to the new perspective in writing quantity. So I hope everybody in this room are listening. Are you? Especially graduate school students. I hope that, in writing your master's thesis or your dissertation, I hope you'll get something out of it. So this one, I'll give you an example. This is a very simple study, but I'd like to introduce, a little about, a new perspective in writing that kind of research. So this one is perceived. You can see the attribute is self-efficacy of university students during the COVID-19 institutional quarantine. Don't worry, I am still on my topic. Analysis on if it's quantitative research or quarantine research. No, but if you talk about quarantine, as I've said, it's very limited because it's more an experimental or maybe a clinical type of research. So, but this one will now introduce you to really quanti. In making your statement of the problem, I already mentioned this in my first speaking engagement regarding quanti. We need to, especially teachers who are present today, need to maybe guide our students in writing a very good statement of the problem. Our descriptive, one thing that I'd like to inculcate among, especially for research professors and teachers, our descriptive questions are actually now part of our introductory paragraph in the statement of the problem or objectives of the study. Parts naman of chapter 1 are actually institutional naman. Even chapter 2 and 3 and 4, 5, and the rest of the parts of paper or your thesis or your dissertation of the student. Now, what we want to include in that our statement, we call that a statement, and after the statement, you have your propositions or your hypothesis. We only include our inferential questions. Now, example, this first question, what is the level of perceived? This is self-perception. No. Remember, your self-perception, the way you perceive your self-efficacy is different from that perception of other person or other people. So if you want, take note that if your study is about perception, is your chapter 3, you should have a design, especially in the data interpretation. Your description, your narrative description is different from that of that perception of others or respondents. But if your perception itself perception, that is your skill is different. So different yan. So don't be confused. So I'd like to mention, because we treat this as regardless of who answer our questionnaire, our scale is just the same. So we make a scale even if it's perceived by you, by the respondent itself, or other person like students perceive of the teachers. So that's different. The two are different. Okay. So I'd like to emphasize, I'll go back to my point. What we only include is, like, for example, we have web statement that question that specifically we want to answer the following questions by the usual way of writing our statement. We have that line in that part of chapter 1. So what we want to see, questions or that we want to see in that part are actually inferential questions. First, like, for example, is there a significant relationship between the demographic profile and perceived self-efficacy of university students during the COVID-19 institutional quarantine? That is good. That is now accepted in the new trends or in the new perspective in writing quantitative research. We want to include that in the introduction if you want to know the level of self-efficacy. That is this more on description. So you cannot do the analysis, inferential analysis, if you do not have this descriptive data naman later on. So meaning it's given, it's understood that you need this descriptive data before this inferential analysis. So we don't need to mention. So the new way of writing, but we still respect that if your institution, if the graduate school program of that school wants you to include, but most likely we don't want to see the profiling in the statement of the problem. But basically, we want that what is questions, quote unquote, what is quote unquote questions be part of your introductory paragraph or the general statement. But for dissertation writers, remember that the final aim or the main goal of the research is not, because we want to encourage dissertation writers to really come up with an output, diba? If dissertation, oftentimes you hear professors saying, if it's a dissertation, your title must have an output. You should have an offshoot, like it is a basis for, or it is a tool for, or something like, no, diba? So meaning that is the main aim of the research. But in the questions, as I've said, no more what is should be, only inferential. So in this question, in this example, we have this significant. So we ask, is there a significant? It should be statistically significant relationship. No, it must be complete between your profile or the profile of the respondents and the perceived attribute like self-efficacy of university students during the COVID-19 institutional quarantine. Now, if you want this study to be a comparative one, so I want all the writers, especially if you want to make this as a correlational and then make it more correlational and comparative. If you want to see this first in the statement of the problem as really a comparative study, then you have to separate questions for comparative. So you will have another paragraph. So if you can, as you can see in the slide, a comparative analysis, maybe you can start writing, or a comparative analysis between public and private university students with respect to their perceived self-efficacy will be investigated to answer the following questions. So is there a significant difference in the deep perceive. So there is really a comparison. You want to compare if the perception of the students in terms of their self-efficacy in the public schools differ or is different, perception is different from that students in the private universities. Like for example, in the province of Iloilo. So then you write your hypothesis, your propositions. I think we all know how to write our hypothesis. It will just follow you look at your statement of the problem, then check your inferential questions, then you formulate your hypothesis. That's very easy. Okay, let's proceed. Now, if it's comparative, I introduce this one that if it's really a comparative, because every single line in your research paradigm or in your conceptual model is very significant, it's important. It is not just that we draw lines there, connecting one variable, two variables, a draw line from one variable to the other or to the other variable. But of course, I always emphasize that even the thickness, the arrowhead of that line is very important as meaning. So we need to take note of that. So I think that is already part of your policies in the graduate school to follow that. So that will be you will explain that actually in the conceptual framework of the study. So these are your variables. So what are the first two or three questions you will answer in that particular research? What is the output of that research? And finally, the reader would, most probably read that what is your final output, and that output can be seen in the last part of your conceptual model. I think that's very easy. That's very self-explanatory, and that's already a practice, a common practice in most of SOCs or state universities and colleges here in Iloilo. So here we go, the data analysis. So let's be very careful. So we need to check. Need to check there is a, double check your data in, of course, your questionnaire, the nature of your questionnaire, before writing and completing, details in your data analysis, like in choosing your statistical procedure. So in this example, we have Spearman Raw, we have the point by serial, chi-square. Were actually used to determine the significant relationship. I think you'll know the answer why we use this particular statistical procedures, the profile and the self-efficacy of public and private university students. In the comparison or in the comparative analysis, we have the Mann-Whitney U. I think you already have your statistics, taken your statistics, and you are familiar with Mann-Whitney, and it is used to determine here in this example, used to determine the difference in the perceived self-efficacy of public and private students, university students. Now let's take a look at the questionnaire. What you can see in the slide is actually a self-efficacy formative questionnaire, and there is a specific instruction how respondents write or respond to that particular questionnaire. So we have, for self-efficacy, we have two areas or section. We call this a section. When you present that table data in your table, we just write section, because sometimes you are confused now. Just like we use cumulative mean or mean. Okay, to make it simple, just write section, then write the mean. So I will show you the table later on. So in this example, in this questionnaire, we have 13 questions for self-efficacy. So the first eight questions are fall under belief in personal ability. So meaning there are two sections of the questionnaire. For 9 to 13 questions, those questions fall under belief that ability grows with efforts, meaning you have two sections in the questionnaire. As you can see, it is very clear that you will generate a conceptual data. I always would tell that you have to check your questionnaire. Now, if you want to subject or to your data for reliability and what do you call this? Validity, reliability testing. So the next question that you will ask yourself is, what tool will you use to determine the reliability of the instrument? No. So look at the nature of the data. Since it's conceptual data, we encourage, if it's conceptual data and if you want to establish the reliability of the questionnaire, it's appropriate to use the non-parametric tools. Now, if you generate scores, say for example, you pilot test, an example among 30 participants or students, then you generate scores of students. If the actual score you use for reliability testing, then I think that will be the time to use the Chromebook Alpha for reliability testing. That no more misconception that regardless of whatever the nature of data, whatever type of instruments you use, you will always use the Chromebook Alpha. That is wrong. So we want to correct that. So meaning that if it's conceptual Likert scale, marami namang Likert scale. We have 5-point Likert, 7 Likert. So if you really generate from 1 to 7, 1 to 5, then you subject that to reliability, then look for, maybe there are, I think, different ways in establishing the reliability of the instruments. Take note of that. That's one thing you need to consider, and to really, understand, in determining, the reliability, the R value of your instrument later on. So I think that's very clear. So that's why if you go back to data analysis and check the statistical procedures, you can see most likely the non-parametric procedures, because we use the non, the conceptual Likert scale in our questionnaire. So I hope that's clear. So here is the data, sample data. So this is a demographic profile. Make sure that if it's comparative, there is a column there. I think that the table is very clear. We have public university and private university. Maybe it's good. We still, I said, respect how you write, you're especially in profiling. But it's good that your percentages is like you write the frequency and then the percentage just beside your frequency and then the total. So meaning in the profiling, you already tell your readers will understand that it's a comparative study, because you have profile for public university, then you have private university. So a comparative study. That's for table 1. Now let's go to, this is also part, because we have our variables. We have sex, we have residence, we have educational attainment to mother, we have for father, we have monthly income, we have number of siblings, and you have birth order. We don't need to discuss this one, even the categories of these variables. Okay, even, researchers are free to choose, but make sure that you have literature review, you have basis where you anchor that, or why do you have that category, that because so that you will not find, it's easy for you to discuss, interpret the data later on in your chapter 4. So like even the category of your education, the category of your income, the category of siblings, and even your birth order. So this is part of profiling. The next, we have this perceived self-efficacy. This is now, I'll teach you how. This is actually a common way of writing and, analysis, interpretation, and presenting data, or discussion in chapter 4. But this is an example. So we usually start with, table X or table 1. If you use number, we use number actually. 1 shows the perceived self-efficacy in public school or public university students. So there you discuss what does the result show, in terms of their self-efficacy. But in 2 areas, we have belief in personal ability. If your topic is like this, is about this attribute. Now also in that paragraph, you'll have a paragraph wherein you discuss, a little, maybe a large proportion, like a little proportion of researchers perceive that. So you choose the items in the questionnaire out of the general responses. Where is that, what particular statement wherein there is a little proportion or a large proportion. Then what level of attributes, like the results further reveal that as to self-efficacy, and which one has the highest or level of self-efficacy, like you identify the different items. Then it's also part that, we have that implication or meaning, like the results also showed that in terms of belief that ability grows with effort, most responses perceive. So this is very easy. This is already a practice. This is a common practice. Now you make your generalization, then your standard deviation. You go back to your standard deviation. Then you cite. So here we use, with respect to the authors, Dr. Refuyo, Galeto, and Torres in 2019 use the value. So less than 3, which indicate that there was a close clustering of the responses about the mean. So we can use that. We can actually quote that. Then we have related literature. That's already a practice that is part of your discussion. No, where you state what particular study conforms, contradict, or in parallel, the parallelism of the different studies, or it's parallels with your study, the result of your study. Okay. Now, this is the sample of self-efficacy in public university students. So I will not read all the data, but you can present actually this one if you ask what is the level of the perceived self-efficacy. So we have there 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, then the mean, the standard deviation, the verbal description, we have the VD. So you have there the average. So it's good. It's nice if you present your table this way, that each category or level of your self-efficacy has corresponding frequency and percentage. Okay, in your analysis, this is very important. Now for continuation, table, like for example, if this is table 2, then you have table 3 shows the perceived self-efficacy of private university. So you should indicate the title, then discuss their attributes like self-efficacy of public schools, and then private schools will follow. Okay, this is actually for descriptive. Now for the relationship of demographic profile. So the study, so you write this way, aim to discuss the relationship between the demographic profile. Now in your demographic profile and belief in personality, so meaning that if that is your question, you need to correlate first the profile and the first subject or first section of your self-efficacy. So you mentioned there. So there is also a pattern in writing that part of your paper, followed by your implications. I will not read that because that is, I think, already a practice of most of the graduate schools in state universities and colleges. Now for statistical data analysis, also of demographic profile, and the next section, you also do that. So as you can see, make sure that you have the overall discussion results, no? Then make your generalization. You go back to related literature and similar studies. What studies support your results? What is study parallel to yours? What study contradicts your results? The results of the study. That is very important, especially for this dissertation writers. Okay, that's for. I think this is already for correlation. Now in relationship, can you see the table? I want everybody to look at the table. Now we have, as you can see, they're divided into 3, but make sure if you want to correlate that, if your questionnaire is, have general and no sections, the questionnaire has no sections, then maybe it's the relationship of that variable and then the general attributes. But this one, since we have 2 sections, then we have belief in personal ability. What is the correlation of that first demographic, sex to belief? And then the second section is belief that ability grows with effort. So you also correlate that with the first variable until the last demographic variable that you use in your study. But make sure that you have overall. I think your statisticians will also, know how to generate that. So not just pairing of them of your profile and then attributes, but you should have overall. So as you can see, we have RPB, point by serial. We have the chi-square. So you see that in that table, you can see different statistical procedure used. In determining the relationship between your profile and your self-efficacy as an attribute in that particular study. So it's very clear. So also you can explain why you use that particular statistical procedure. I don't need to explain that to you because I think your statistic subject, your professor made clear about the different statistical procedure, the appropriateness, the different, characteristics of that different statistical procedures. Okay, so I suggest that when you present table, you may follow in writing or putting different values, okay, or inputs in that table, if it's correlation or it is a comparative one. Okay, so for difference, so we have here also discussed, you have the paragraph based also in the results of the table, the study. So in belief in personal ability, we have mean ranks for public, private. Then you have the U value there, the Z and the P, which is actually, if you can, you know how to interpret the results. You look at this, the P value, if it's greater than your alpha. I think that's also basic. No, and then of course in your discussion for comparative, the part of the data analysis, you write your implication, your conclusion, either to accept or reject the hypothesis that are related literature. These are all practices. These are all practices. So in your data, what is important is you use the appropriate statistical procedure, because the moment you use the wrong statistical procedure, all your data from chapter 4 to 5, the whole paper is already wrong. Okay, so make sure that you take a look at the different assumptions, in using the different statistical procedures. So I think it's very, you have a lot of printed materials where you can refer to in terms of appropriate statistical procedures in writing your paper. So that's one thing you need to consider or in writing in your data analysis. Now, for dissertation writers, I would like to remind that there is a need for the new propositions. I always emphasize this for PhD students to have a new propositions. You always go back to your significance of the study. I make sure, and I already suggest to the graduate school to include that first part of the significance of the study must be maybe not an institution, not group of individuals, but a statistical, the theoretical significance. That's very important, because the writer will go back to that part of the significance of the study and will write his or her propositions. That will be another contribution. That is his contribution. That is his or her legacy, aside from the offshoot of the study or the output of the study. Okay, that's also one thing that you need to remember. Aside from generating a new output, as your contribution to the body of knowledge. Okay, so that is one thing you should consider. In your, that is also, because that is part of your data analysis. Okay, so because the results of chapter 4 and eventually your 5 will tell you what to do with that theoretical significance and in writing your propositions. Okay, so your panel will comment, maybe give comments about that. I know they are already familiar about that, but it's a common practice. But now we start to integrate that new as part of the trends in writing and the new writing, or the new as part of the new perspective in writing quantitative research. So for a very long time, so if you have questions, you may ask questions about writing quantity or difficulty, maybe your challenges in writing quantitative research, from your topic 2 until you finished. So we are happy to entertain questions this afternoon about pertaining to quantitative research. Now, for a very long time, before I finally end this discussion, this is a brief discussion. Okay, so there has been a lot of misunderstanding about the role that research is very important, plays at educational institutions. So some people find it very hard to see the contribution. But it's very clear now, even especially in SOC, that is one big pillar of higher education institutions. So I think it's not hard to see its contribution, but because research contributes a lot. That research make students or our graduate education. It makes our students our graduate education research. Even the CMO 2015, or I mean CMO 15 series of 2019 of the Commission on Higher Education on policies and guidelines of the graduate programs, I think it's already clear there. The students, PhD students, must be required, or require the PhD graduate students to submit to publish papers as graduation requirements. I think other universities, the autonomous universities or schools, higher education institutions, are actually doing that and following that CMO, that guidelines and policies. And even professor teaching in the graduate programs, make sure that they have published papers to become part of the graduate school. So no professors without publication in a referred journal or any publications be allowed to teach in the graduate programs, or a professor or a teacher, a college professor with, master's degree, only master's degree teaching in the master's program, be allowed to be not to allow to become an advisor or thesis advisor. He can or she can teach, but not be allowed to be an advisor. Okay, but for PhD, but professors for holding a PhD degree or ED program can, of course, can be selected or chosen as an advisor or dissertation advisor. Okay, that's one thing. So research help us to be lifelong learners, no matter how old we are, what are or how or what qualifications we have. So we can always learn. That's very important. No? So research is very essential. It's fundamental. Okay, it's very important, only for students, but for teachers as well. So I hope I shared something this afternoon. So if you have questions, just raise. You may ask questions to our MC. Thank you very much. And thank you for listening.
Okay, so there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. That was our last speaker for our webinar. Again, that was Dr. Michael B. Bison. In his topic, in-depth analysis of quantitative research. Thank you so much, Dr. Bison.
Welcome, sir. Thank you.
Okay, last chance. If any of our participants who's willing to fire up any question for Dr. Bison, you may type in your question on our chat box, or better yet, you may turn on your microphone and ask for the question. Okay, so I believe all the lectures were clear enough that our participants don't have any further questions. Thank you so much, Dr. Dizon.
Welcome and thank you, sir.
Okay, we would like to remind everyone that for your certificates, you may coordinate with Dr. Moralista. You may message him on Facebook, or better yet, if you're somewhere near Guimaras State College, you may visit him in his office at the internal linkages department, and that is right beside the School of Graduate Studies. And we'll also like to thank the following people for being a part of this webinar. From our director of IRE Learning Development Center, Dr. Joey S. De La Cruz, our college president, 3 from Guimaras State College, Lilian Diana B. Pareño, or Dr. Lilian Diana B. Pareño. Our VP Academic Affairs of Guimaras State College, Dr. Ruby D. Catalan. Also to the Dean of Guimaras State College Graduate School, Dr. Early M. Martir. To our resource speaker, we would like to thank the Chief Education Supervisor, Curriculum and Learning Management Division, or CLMD of DepEd Regional Office 6, Dr. Elena P. Gonzaga. Also to our Indian missionary, our speaker earlier from India, Mr. Arul Ryan. To the campus administrator of ISCOF Barotac Nuevo Campus Iloilo, Dr. Michael B. Bison. To the faculty of West Visayas State University, La Paz, Iloilo City, Dr. John Erwin P. Pedroso. And of course, we would like to thank as well the Assistant Director for Internal Linkages and Consortium Guimaras State College, Dr. Rome B. Moralista. And of course, to all of our participants, thank you so much for staying with us. We hope that you have enjoyed and learned a lot with our webinar. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, this is Continuity of Teaching and Learning Amid and Beyond Crisis. Thank you so much. Let's all stay safe and God bless everyone.